In for you, considering the severe weather they've been watching and waiting for moving in from Indiana and northwestern Ohio. We've got several warnings in effect right now, most notably to the north and west of Columbus. We're looking at the area you see carved out in the red. That is a tornado warning. South of that, we're seeing severe thunderstorm warnings, and that line continues all the way through west central Ohio and back toward eastern parts of Indiana. Closer inspection right now of that particular cell that we're watching north and west of Columbus. This is moving east at about 45 miles an hour. Just clipping the northwestern corner of Logan County, but it could be very well heading toward Hardin County in the very near future. So we're going to put a track on that, and if you are in the path of this particular storm, then that's something that you need to take shelter. We talked about that earlier this evening, taking that opportunity or that lull to make a plan or enact that plan. This is the time to put that plan into action. So again, a track of this particular storm as it moves east at about 45 miles an hour. We're looking at the back edge of that, still a little bit conspicuous in terms of the curvature of that storm. Likely, if there is a tornado on the ground, that it would be in the back half of the storm. So as we move that out, again, about 45 miles an hour, almost due east. We're looking at locations as I get out of the way around Freiburg, around Stokes, around Roundhead and Bell Center, 8:47 to 9:15. Rush Creek and Kenton, then again getting into Hardin County at 9:26. We're looking at 9:31 and 9:36 at Byhala, and then 9:40 at LaRue, 9:45 in New Bloomington. Again, we're breaking into coverage this evening on 10 TV Plus and eventually on 10 TV to track this severe weather as it moves into northwestern parts of the viewing area. We've got multiple warnings that are on the ground right now, including a tornado warning that is in effect for areas just to the northwest about Fountain, that corner of Logan County, and then to the northeast. It's not yet in effect, but very well could be heading toward Kenton, and that is Hardin County in the 10 TV viewing area. So we're going to expand this view just a little bit, and that will take into account the movement of the storms over the past several hours. We have been watching and expecting this area to the north and west to gradually drop into the southeastern parts. That would be right into central Ohio, where we're looking at that opportunity for some strong storms. Put that into motion for you, and this goes back and it'll loop that, and it'll show the general motion of those storms. We'll keep the warnings intact and show you the evolution of those storms as they're moving again from west to east at about 45 miles an hour. One of the things we're concerned about right now is the opportunity for this to be individual cells that are proving to be the worst ones. So if you're just joining us on 10 TV Plus, we appreciate that. We're breaking into coverage right now for the opportunity for severe weather. I'm Doppler 10 Chief Meteorologist Jerry Martz, cutting into coverage this evening for the anticipated severe weather threat. Right now, the main threat for the moment is north and west of Columbus. We're tracking multiple severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings from these individual cells as they've been strengthening and moving in from Indiana over the past couple of hours. Most notably right now, I'm going to stop the radar for you, and that will allow for things to at least bring up to speed. Where we're seeing the areas surrounded by the red, that's where we're seeing the confirmed tornadoes, an indication from a spotter of this storm producing a tornado on the ground. The areas that we're seeing in the yellow just to the west of Urbana, Champaign, and Clark County, those are tornado warnings, either radar indicated or just National Weather Service issued, but not yet confirmed. So this one right now we're looking at northwest of Bell Fountain. Unfortunately, that is Logan County. That's where Lakeview is, in the area that was hit exceptionally hard just a couple of months ago. Closer look right now to that area and a little closer inspection to that particular cell. We're going to track that for you. We're going to just move a little bit off toward the west here so we can fully put in the scope of this particular storm. Moving east at about 45 miles an hour. Again, just clipping the northwestern corner of Logan County. But if this storm holds together as it's done since it left Indiana, a very likely chance that we're going to see Hardin County, including Kenton, in that particular warning. So we're going to track this for you, moving it out at 45 miles an hour from the back edge and the worst part of that storm. And we're drawing it out right now. There we go, about 45 as we look at the area starting at 9 o'clock in Waynesfield, 9:03 in Stokes, 9:08 in Roundhead, 9:14 in Bell Center, 9:21 in Sessa, Kenton 9:25, and then we're getting further off toward the east, LaRue 9:39. That's in and around Marion County as well, and New Bloomington at 9:44 p.m. Yeah, we know we're breaking into coverage this evening. The anticipated severe weather threat is something that we've been watching and tracking. And when I say we, I'm joined by Doppler 10 meteorologist Madison Reich. She's been watching the storm since earlier today and watching the evolution of this. Madison, this is almost on cue in terms of the time, coming in right before 9 o'clock, but unfortunately it's after sunset.
Yes, and that's one of the things that makes this a particularly dangerous situation. Overnight tornadoes are absolutely nothing that we want to take lightly. So I want to leave this up here. I want you to still be able to see those warnings right now, but I also want to give you some new information. We, of course, have that tornado warning in effect just to the northwest of Dayton. That does include areas like Greenville. We've seen some evidence of power flashes, which can sometimes indicate a tornado that's possibly on the ground. While that is not confirmed at the moment, it's just another reason why, if you're within that box, I want you to seek shelter immediately and stay there until this storm has passed and until we start to see those warnings dropped. It is likely that we see more warnings, and again, I want to walk you through the threats that we have potential for tonight. In addition to tornadoes and an additional threat for large tornadoes, EF2 and greater, we're also talking about potential for large hail, golf ball sized or larger possible within these storms, gusts of 70+ miles per hour winds, and we're also looking at potential for flash flooding now. There is a lot of moisture within these storms as they're coming in. So as of right now, we're only looking at 2 warnings, both of which are tornado warnings. One is confirmed. That's going to be just to the north, starting to move in towards areas like Bell Fountain, of course, moving towards areas like Indian Lake and Lakeview. And then we also have that secondary, looks like now confirmed, tornado on the ground, Jerry.
Yeah, that's one of the things you just noticed in a moment's notice there, Madison, is that this went from a warning to a confirmed warning, and that means that somebody on the ground, whether it's a weather spotter, a trained observer, law enforcement, EMA, has designated this storm as actually a confirmed tornado. Again, we're looking southwest of Bell Fountain, Logan County, Champaign and Clark County near Urbana. This is the second storm in this last several minutes that has become confirmed and tornadic. We're going to put it into motion for you as a look back just a few moments ago. And that's the area that we're looking at most notably right now. As those storms, you can kind of see the cellular structure. One of the things we were concerned about earlier this afternoon is if these storms did not form a solid line and kind of maintained some of their individual characteristics, that they would be a bit stronger, kind of supercell storms. And that's what we're looking at right now. And unfortunately, these supercell storms have a tendency to rotate, and eventually the rotation reaches the ground. And that's when we have the tornadoes. So we're looking at 2 tornado warnings right now in northwestern parts of Logan County. I assume soon to be heading toward Hardin County and around Kenton. A track on those storms right now, they're moving east at about 45 miles an hour. We'll go right in the center of that storm and then move that east at that speed, 45 miles an hour. We're talking about areas and communities in and around MacArthur, 917, Rush Creek, 925, Kenton, 931, West Mansfield at 935, LaRue. Again, we're getting a little further east right now. If you hear or know somebody, or if you're near one of these towns or communities, this is a warning for you to seek shelter immediately. If you're a little further to the east, for example, Western Marion County, get a plan. It's after dark. These are particularly dangerous storms. So we're going to move this particular track right now, and we're going to put it further off toward the south and west. And that storm track still moving at about the same speed. This one again moving east. We'll track this one out for you. Same speed at about 45 miles an hour. And those are areas in and around Johnson at 913, Eris at 920, Urbana at 928, Valley High, again, that's in and around Matter River Mountain at 934, Mechanicsburg at 942, and Milford Center at 9:49 p.m. These storms have a history, again, of producing some large hail, exceptionally heavy rain, frequent lightning and flooding, all those things to consider as we're looking at these storms as they're moving into mainly northwestern parts of the viewing area. We're going to put the lightning scan on there for you, clearly showing the cluster of lightning with the southern tornado warning, some sporadic lightning flashes off toward the north. As we look at the bigger picture just for a moment to put it in perspective for you, we'll look at the area to the north and west of Columbus. That's where the locations that we're looking worst right now. Northwest of Marysville, Urbana, Marion, and over toward Hardin. South and east of that, we're talking about Columbus, London, Fayette County, Circleville. These areas right now are not seeing severe weather to the moment, but these storms have held together already for several hours, Madison. So the expectation is as they move from west to east that they're still going to hold together. And of course, we're seeing multiple tornado warnings just to the west of I-75 and expecting those to continue for the next couple of hours into central Ohio.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not just this portion of the line that we're talking about that has already produced damaging storms and tornadoes. This entire storm system has been causing a lot of issues across much of the Midwest and even into some areas like southern Michigan over the past couple of hours. They've seen some pretty significant tornadoes, confirmed tornadoes on the ground, again, just a couple of hours ago. So this system has a history, and it's moving into an area with a lot of energy left over. That was one of the biggest question marks as we were looking at this forecast early today, is it's hard for storm systems to hold together and maintain a consistent source of energy as we head into the overnight hours. We need the sun, we need the moisture, and sometimes we need that additional front as well. We're looking at a really good system coming through in terms of all of those factors are holding together, and at this point the system is looking like it's going to continue to pose a considerable threat through the next couple of hours. So now is the time, even if you are not seeing tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings as of yet, make sure you have your severe weather plan ready. Make sure you know what it is. Make sure everyone in your home knows that severe weather plan. Make sure you have those documents and special things that you're going to need in a safe place, wherever your safe place is going to be, and make sure that everyone is prepared for those storms as we head through the next couple of hours. As of right now, again, we only have those 2 warnings. We're looking at 2 tornado warnings getting ready to move in. Actually, looks like we've just seen an update here. We're looking at now an additional tornado warning. Looks like they've trimmed back some of that warning, Jerry, now including just some spots into Hardin County, well, not even Hardin County yet, but getting close.
Getting close. That storm moving east near Wapakoneta, moving east at 25 miles an hour. That is a radar indicated tornado right now. And that's the difference that we're seeing. But still, when you're looking at the situation from home in and around Wapakoneta, even though it is a radar indicated tornado, that still is clipping the northwestern part of Logan County and very well could make it into Hardin County in the next 30 to 60 minutes. Again, we're breaking into coverage this evening to keep you and your family safe. We're looking at the several opportunities for severe weather, not just to the northwest of Columbus, where we're focused right now, right along and east of I-75, but also eventually further off toward the south would include much of the metro between now and about midnight tonight. Let's clean things up just a little bit for you, and we'll show you what we're looking at with the return of the velocity. This is where we're looking for areas of wind that's rotating very closely next to each other, actually within inside the particular thunderstorm cell. So we're looking at that and what it's doing for us. If we can get the radar scan for you, give me 1 second, please. That will show the area just to the north and west of Bell Fountain. Not a whole lot going on in terms of the rotation. We'll zoom in just a little bit there. Still those verified tornado warnings coming in. Can look right now, let's take closer inspection. I do see a little bit of a couplet there, Madison. That is the area that is just northwest of I-75. And what we're looking at for those at home is an area where we have the red and the green very close together, just west of Piqua. These storms moving east at about 45 miles an hour. So we're seeing the same thing the National Weather Service is seeing and watching and tracking. And that's an opportunity that you're going to need to keep in mind, that these storms have a history, sustained history of producing those tornadoes as they move in from Indiana. So closer inspection right now, the 2 areas we're looking for most concerning for us, that is the thunderstorm cell that is northwest of Bell Fountain, Logan County. We're seeing tornado warnings there, and also that tornado warning just west of Urbana. Put this into motion for you and kind of draw out the timeline for you. I'll clean it up just a little bit, taking off the lightning for the moment. And generally speaking, this line of storms is moving east at about 45 miles an hour. So we'll kind of connect some of the dots for you and then draw out the area that we're watching here. So if you are in the path of this particular storm and your town or your city, your community is close to or nearby some of these locations, Stokes, Bell Fountain, Urbana, Richwood, and Marysville. Now keep in mind, Richwood and Marysville, that's pretty far almost into Union County, Delaware County as well. Not to say these storms are going to make it there intact, but there's a very likely chance that they will. Please keep that in mind. This is your warning, your heads up in those counties and communities to do what you can to have that plan in place. And as Madison mentioned earlier, you want to keep you inside and keep as many walls between you and the outside and these tornadoes as possible. And even Madison stretching further off toward the south, you do see a continuation of those tornado warnings. These storms, even though they're not yet confirmed tornadoes, where we see the yellow outline, they have sustained themselves, and there's plenty of storms behind that still moving in. So areas that, again, right now are not seeing the severe weather, Columbus included, this is your warning of what to do in case a tornado comes toward your town or community. You got this opportunity, 30, 60 minutes, maybe a little bit longer in some of these areas around Columbus to make your plan and get ready to put that plan into action.
Yeah, Jerry, absolutely. And that's one of the things that we talked about a lot this morning was prepared, not scared. You've got the time. One thing I know that always makes me feel at ease in situations like this is to have everything set up ahead of time so that if we see those tornado warnings continue, if you happen to be in one of those tornado warnings that we continue to see, you're prepared, you know what to do. You don't have to scramble, you don't have to worry. You can just head straight to your safe place and you already have everything there. And I like to think of three things: people, pets, papers. You want to make sure you know where everyone in your family is, make sure that everyone in your family knows where the safe place in your home is, and make sure everyone's accounted for. Your pets, you want to make sure you've got all of them. Dogs, make sure they're collared and leashed in case of an emergency. Cats, if you've got a crate or a carrier, put them in there so that you can have more control over them in case you need to. And then papers, important documents, birth certificates, your social security card, titles, anything like that that would just be a little easier if you can keep those with you and have them for that worst case scenario. So again, we are talking about that potential for tornadoes across central Ohio. We're already seeing widespread tornado warnings as we look just barely off towards, just barely off to the west right now. So these are going to continue to track in. We've got a lot of energy left over. I've been keeping a close eye on that here, looking at some of the ingredients that we've got hanging around. So the system still has a lot of significant potential to continue to cause tornadoes as we head through the next couple of hours. So again, if you have not already taken those precautions, now's your time. Jerry, do we have some updates here? It looks like we've seen a couple of these warnings changed.
Yeah, the most recent warning expires for Fayette and these are counties in Indiana. The tornado warning continues for Shelby and Miami County, that's southwest of Columbus and southwest of Dayton. The tornado warning for Darke County has been canceled. We're looking at, again, some rapid changes here. Tornado warning till 9:30 apparently continues for Logan County, but the National Weather Service just expired the tornado warning for Logan County. So unless you're seeing or hearing things differently, Madison, it looks like that area, again, is no longer under tornado warning. So we're going to stay on just for a little bit longer to make sure that we're in the clear. We very well may have to come back on again during the course of the evening. So we want to keep that in mind. But as we're looking at the opportunity for the severe weather to go through this evening, please keep in mind that we've talked about this since earlier today. You really have to have a plan in place. Talked about the papers and the pets and the people. Those, as Madison said, are the three most important things that you've got to take into consideration when you're making your plan. We're looking at a lot of lightning along this line. We're seeing some significantly severe weather just south and west of Dayton, but the area to the north right now appears to be weakening just a little bit, but we're not letting our guard down, and neither should you as we are tracking these storms, and especially this one to the south right now. Just the cluster of lightning in of itself looks particularly ominous, so that's something we're watching very closely right now. Again, these two areas still carrying a tornado warning. Madison, I don't know if you've seen anything differently. I thought for a second I just saw that this particular warning has been allowed to expire, but maybe I was looking at a different message from the NWS.
Still looking like it's expired. We might be experiencing a little bit of a delay here on the system. We'll keep a close eye on that. I did want to make sure that we took a moment to talk about that tornado moving through just to the northeast of Cincinnati right now. It has been tagged considerable. That means we're now looking at a more dangerous situation and more likely a large tornado on the ground. This again is just another indicator of the energy that we are working with the system coming through. Again, that is not within central Ohio, but it is just a couple counties over. So we're going to be watching especially that portion of the storm very closely, in addition to those two cells, one just outside of Urbana and then one just outside Bell Fountain as well, Jerry.
So I understand we have some live cameras now coming out of Marysville, and hopefully those are pointed in a direct direction of some of the disruptive weather. Still just a hint of daylight out there, but off into the distance, of course, the combination of darkness and those approaching storms making for a pretty ominous looking threat. That is US 33 at State Route 4. We can zoom in a little closer to some of those locations that might be impacted very soon by those particular storms. Again, there's Marysville. We're really primarily focusing northwest toward Logan County and then west toward Champaign and Clark County. And I have to correct myself, Madison. This particular tornado warning was not expired, it was just changed. So they're continuing this warning until 9:30. Again, really focusing on the extreme northwestern part of Logan County and expecting and kind of waiting for that to head over into Hardin County, impacting Kenton. This particular cell, as you mentioned, also we're looking at a particularly dangerous situation right now. A quick look, in case you're wondering, as we oftentimes are watching this situation change and evolve in real time, the tornado warnings that have the yellow boundary, those are indicated by the National Weather Service. Where there is a red boundary around the tornado warnings, that is confirmed either by radar or by witnesses on the ground or confirmed or trained spotters. When we start seeing that darker pink and that purple, that is considerable or an emergency. There were some of those earlier today in parts of Michigan, and it's not out of the question that we could see a couple of those more significant tornado warnings. But these two right now is what we're watching, this one in particular until 9:30. So let's take a closer look right now at that particular cell. We'll track it out for you. We'll get down close as we can. Not a lot of population centers there as we move east of Wapakoneta, but we're looking around Waynesfield, around Stokes. Again, extreme northwestern parts of Logan County if you're traveling out 33. There's Belt Fountain, and in between, unfortunately, that is Indian Lake and Lakeview. Those locations obviously still feeling the impact from those tornadoes that came through a little less than 2 months ago. So we're going to move this out a little further off to the west so I can draw out the track for you. Again, those locations just to the east, Taylor Creek, Kenton, and Rush Creek. As we look at this particular storm right now, moving east at about 45 miles an hour, we're going to move it to the east right along 30 and then crossing right along the county line. I got to get out of the way to expand this out just enough so we can capture the speed of this particular storm. Close to that, Stokes, Roundhead, and Bell Center between now and 9:29. Over toward Rush Creek, Kenton, 9:41, Mountain Victory at 9:47, Byhalia at 9:53. Now we're getting beyond the warning, but also these communities, as these storms have a history of holding together, should be on guard. Layru and New Bloomington specifically, those are areas that we're watching very carefully, as you should be as well. And we'll expand that just a bit. We'll take off a little bit of that clutter for you, and that will allow the radar to kind of zoom out just a little bit for us. Get the right map there. Go back to our view of much of central Ohio to put things in perspective for you. That shows, aside from this particular storm right now that we've been tracking and watching, this leading edge of the green is not yet reaching the ground. So we're going to clean that up for you to show what we're looking at with respect to just the radar coming out of Wilmington. And you clearly see the leading edge of that, maybe some showers around Marysville and around Delaware, around Marion, but the severest threat right now extends to the north and west and of either side of I-75, and then curls back down again. And Madison, we are seeing, as you mentioned, some of those areas to the just north and west of Cincinnati. We are seeing this particular area with the pink surrounded by that, and that is a considerable tornado and a very dangerous one. And it just changed as I was speaking about it, but that's heading east at about the same speed. So that means possibly areas around Fayette County or Madison County could be under the gun in the next hour or two.
And it looks like they've reduced it, but again, that threat is not over. This line is really just now getting started. There's a lot of energy still left in the area. And I recently got to talk with a family that was in Indian Lake and Lakeview when that last EF3 came through. And they shared something really interesting with me. Is oftentimes we hear these tornado warnings, we hear these severe thunderstorm warnings, and your first instinct is to go outside and look and see what's going on. And Kayla told me that while she was there, she stepped outside, she heard the sirens and was listening, and she could still hear the birds. And she was like, oh, I can hear the birds. Like, we're okay. Nothing's going on just yet. And minutes later, the tornado came through, and her entire home was devastated. Luckily, all of her family made it out okay. All her pets made it out okay. But again, there's that instinct to go outside when we start to see storms like this happen. Today is most certainly not the day. Heed the warning while you're inside. When you have those alerts pop up on your phone, go to your safe place. And again, like we've been saying so far, now is a really good time to prepare. Make sure that you have those important documents. Everyone knows what your severe weather plan is. And, you know, throw in those extra things if you've got the time. Bicycle helmet. Make sure that you've got arms and legs covered in case of a worst case scenario. You're going to be climbing over debris. There's going to be glass. So you want to make sure that anything is covered, everything is covered as much as possible. Also, we want to take care of those pets, we want to take care of the four-legged friends, make sure they're in a safe place as well. These storms are still developing. We've got two sections of the storm that we're watching now. If we can bring that radar back up, we've got the line that's moving just to the north, portions of Logan County seeing this, starting to move in some of those stronger storms, Bell Fountain, Urbana, seeing some of the light rain in spots like Marysville, Delaware. The second half of the storm that's holding on to a decent amount of strength further south. We've been keeping a close eye on that portion as well, even though it's still in areas like Cincinnati, because it is in the line of Washington Courthouse, Circleville, Lancaster, Chillicothe, Logan. Basically everyone at this point is still looking at that increased threat, Jerry.
Yeah, so let's take a closer perspective of those particular areas you just mentioned, one to the north and one to the south, most notably the one off toward the north. This area really has been dealing with the same storm to the past hour or so as it's moved in from east central parts of Indiana. And to be clear, we're focusing on areas that soon may be moving into Hardin County. That's why we're paying such close attention to this particular tornado warning. So some towns and communities in the threat of this storm: Uniopolis, Waynesfield, Stokes, and Roundhead. Again, especially to the eastern part of Hardin, or the western part of Hardin County, to the east of the storm. Not yet officially under the warning, but at Roundhead and then points off toward the east around Taylor Creek and Kenton. This is an opportunity for you to anticipate the storm. Even if it isn't tornadic, this storm could still be exceptionally strong or severe. We want to, again, give you as much lead time and warning as possible around Holden, and there's 385. And as I zoomed in, they just did something with that tornado warning. Maybe you can give me a heads up, Madison. I'm going to take a look a little further to the south at that particular storm and see if it has any near neighbors with respect to the severity of the storm. At this time, I'm not seeing on the radar scan an indication of that tornado warning continuing. We are watching the one is the southwest of Logan County and over towards Champaign County, but for the moment things might be, and I mean for the moment literally, might be improving just a little bit when it comes to the severe weather threat from that particular storm. So we're looking again at the radar scan. We are seeing the individual cells from Kenton all the way down toward Bell Fountain, frequent lightning flashes, the real cluster of lightning obviously drawing your attention to that particular storm. And again, Madison, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not seeing that tornado warning continued. In fact, it may have been taken down a little bit early.
Yes, I agree. That warning has been discontinued at this point. We are getting a break for some locations, but we are keeping a close eye on some storms continuing to develop. We still could see plenty of strengthening. And we're also watching a couple storms pop up behind this initial line as well, which we'll have to keep an eye on. Relatively small for now. I'm going to zoom things out and give you all a better view. Again, we still have that one tornado warning in effect as of right now. We are still under a tornado watch. We do have, looks like, some storms developing to the north. Now that might create an interesting dynamic. We've now got kind of three portions of this storm that we're keeping an eye on. We've got this one down near Cincinnati. We've got one here close to us in central Ohio, and we also have this divide heading up north just past Toledo, heading towards Cleveland. So this is going to be interesting. Right now it does look like we're holding on to a lot of strength here. What could happen is if we continue to hold on to a lot of strength down here, it could pull some of the energy that we have here in central Ohio further south. Some of the models this morning were trending in that direction, pulling the line south through 9, 10 and into 11 o'clock, sweeping across the region. If we see these areas connect, that could also create a new dynamic that's a little bit more interesting as well, drawing that energy more evenly across the region. So with weather, with severe weather, the thing that makes things severe is differences in temperature, differences in weather pattern. The atmosphere wants everything to be the same across the board, and so it's constantly trying to mix things up and get that to be the same, temperatures and everything. So we're going to be tracking this line, of course. I want to zoom things out for you, move things just to center back up again. We're going to be watching this line as it continues to pass through. Again, only one tornado warning in effect here in central Ohio as of right now. We're watching that one just down outside of Bell Fountain and outside of Urbana at the moment, Jerry. Still holding strong for now, not seeing much change in the progression of that storm. But going to be watching it closely nonetheless.
Yeah, I think it's an opportunity for us, Madison, to regroup. We'll turn you back to a regular programming at about 9:15. But if that particular thunderstorm that is just west of Urbana in Champaign County, if that begins to strengthen and continue its track toward Marysville or areas closer to the 10 TV viewing area, we will return and break into coverage again. Again, doing what we need to do to keep you and your family safe, but everybody in central Ohio, even if you're not seeing the strong thunderstorms right now, this is a bit of a warning, or at least an alert for you to have your plan in place, especially since these storms are coming in overnight. And again, we will do what we need to do to keep you and your family safe. Right now, we'll return you back to your regular program. Again on this evening, everybody, I'm Chief Meteorologist Jerry Martz, joined by Doppler 10 meteorologist Madison Reich, and keeping you safe through this particular storm system. Right now, the newest tornado warning you see clearly indicated by the red that is south of Bell Fountain, parts of Logan County, Champaign County, not quite yet into Union County, but that is a major concern of ours. Again, this just coming south of the area that was hit a couple of months ago in and around Lakeview and Union County by those tornadoes on March the 14th. That's why we're watching this very carefully as it heads toward Union County. So closer inspection right now as we look at the particular radar scan for us. We're looking at this cell, which for a moment, or a couple of moments, I should say, that actually reduced its intensity momentarily. But as we're looking right now, this storm, along with the lightning cluster that you see right now, means business. There are some neighbors off toward the north and to the south, but in particular, we're watching this cell right now as it moves east at about 40 miles an hour. So we're going to zoom right into that storm, closer inspection, and if you're mentioned in the next several seconds in the towns and communities that we're talking about, it is your opportunity and your time to seek shelter and take cover. We're talking around West Liberty, Urbana, Johnson, North Lewisburg, further off toward the east around Leesburg, Marysville, Mechanicsburg, and possibly Plain City, Ostrander. So again, these are a little further off toward the east, but this storm has a history of producing tornadic activity, and right now it is under a tornado warning that goes for another 26 minutes until 10 o'clock. So I'm going to move this just a little bit further off to the west. We'll get to those in just 1 second. We've got some live pictures coming from Marysville. I want to put a quick track on this particular storm and give it enough real estate that we can actually show the storm moving east at about 40 miles an hour. So this one right now, as we're tracking this out from the back edge of the storm, this is the worst part of the storm right now, the back edge. Normally, if there is going to be a tornado, not in the front of the storm, but in the central or the back part of the storm. So we're going to go right in that particular deep red, moving east at about 40 miles an hour, almost due east right now. And this extends beyond the tornado warning, just to be clear right now, but we're looking at most immediate concern. Eris 936, Urbana 943, Cable 953, North Lewisburg and Milford Center. Then we're getting into several communities in Union County, Marysville, Plain City, Jerome Township, and Dublin. Again, this is just beyond the current warning, but you have a more of lead time to get yourself prepared. If you have a plan, get ready to put it into action. If you don't have a plan, you've got a few minutes to make that, as this storm has a history of producing tornadoes going all the way back to east central Indiana about 2 hours ago. Right now, we're looking also at the camera shot. This is out Route 33. You can see the lightning off into the distance, and we're seeing again what earlier was just a glimmer of some daylight about a half hour ago. That's now being overtaken by that vivid and brilliant lightning, and that's just an indication of the severity of the storm. We had looked earlier at this particular storm as it produced a lot of lightning, and it's certainly doing that once again. Not just a single indication of the severity or the strength of the particular storm, but of all the things that are on this particular radar scan, that's catching our attention, and that's what we just saw on the camera right there, pointed northwest. This tight cluster of lightning, a very active, a very energetic thunderstorm, and that is what we're really focusing on at the moment. So we're going to take you in closer to home, and then we're going to allow Madison Reich to come in. She's been here since early this morning and tracking these particular storms. Madison, we talked about and kind of time these out right now. Unfortunately, these storms are moving in after dark, and then you had given some really good advice just a few moments ago about what people that are in this tornado warning, West Liberty, Urbana, North Lewisburg, for example, what they should be doing right now.
Absolutely, Jerry. The first and most important thing is seek shelter immediately if you are within this polygon. Even if you're on the outer extent, like Jerry was saying, most of the areas right now that we're watching the closest are going to be in the farthest end of this box, so closer towards Johnson and Urbana. But even if you're in West Liberty, North Lewisburg, and Woodstock, I want you to go ahead and seek shelter now, because with this storm, one of the most dangerous things about overnight tornadoes is the obvious. We can't see them. The other thing that's really not going to help us out is oftentimes in these situations, these tornadoes become rain wrapped, which means essentially they're covered in a curtain of rain, which makes it even harder to start to see these storms. So seek shelter immediately if you are within this box right now. The thing I want you to make sure you grab, of course, make sure everyone in your home knows what's happening right now and knows where the safe place is. And that's if you're in this warning or if you're just in the rest of Central Ohio watching these storms with us as well. Make sure you know where that is. Make sure everyone knows where that is. Next, grab your pets and grab any important documents. That's going to be birth certificates, social security cards, credit cards, debit cards as well. You're also going to want to make sure you have things to keep you covered, keep you safe as you seek shelter. You can add long sleeve shirts, pants, grab some tennis shoes or boots, bicycle helmets, anything to cover you up and protect your skin from potential flying debris. Again, we do have a tornado warning here. If you are seeing this, if you're just now joining us, we're watching this very closely. If you are within this polygon, please seek shelter immediately. That includes West Liberty, that includes North Lewisburg, it includes portions of Woodstock just outside of the polygon at the moment, but play it safe. Let's head to our safe spot. And also Johnson, you are on the back end of this storm now, but still within that polygon, still watching some pretty rough storms come through at the moment, Jerry.
Yeah, and one of the things I just noticed while you were giving some great advice, Madison, was what we talk about when we're looking at a radar indicated tornado. It's just an indication that we're looking at some spin within the particular thunderstorm itself. And you do see right here a little bit of a curl, a little bit of green and a little bit of red. That's showing an area that is showing different wind direction in a very tight space. And normally this is within the thunderstorm itself, 1 or 2 or 3,000 feet up, but it's when that rotation reaches the ground, obviously, that funnel cloud or that rotating tornado, a rotating thunderstorm actually reaches the ground and becomes a tornado. So what we're watching again is when we have that counterclockwise flow inside the particular thunderstorm cell, this being the case just northwest of Urbana. So again, you had mentioned Johnson. Appears to be on the back edge of the western side of this particular storm. It's where we're seeing this rotation right now and doing a kind of an in-storm analysis that is most concerning. Something else we can look at with a radar perspective, and we'll just spend a second here if it happens to show any debris. And we're seeing a little bit of a discoloration here, Madison, that is just south of West Liberty, north of Urbana. What this basically is showing us, certainly an unusual looking radar that we normally wouldn't show you, but oftentimes this little difference in color, where as long as we have that rotation, an indication that there are things other than raindrops or hailstones that are actually being elevated or tossed within the storm. We're talking about debris, whether it's vegetation or physical debris. That's an indication that that tornado may actually be reaching the ground. So we're not going to make that as delineation on our own. We'll wait for the National Weather Service to chime on in. But one of the things obviously that's catching our attention right in the core of that particular deeper red, where we saw the radar scanning immediately over top, is what's most concerning right now. I'm going to go in a little bit closer, perhaps giving a little bit perspective to some locations that I'm even more concerned about right now. There's Lippincott, Northville, Kings Creek, areas near Kennard, Mingo, and Cable, and just around Eris. There's 560 and a couple other streets. There's 296, State Route 814. If any of these areas are near where you live, you should already be in your safe place. If you know somebody, friends, family that live here, then you want to give them an immediate phone call and tell them to seek shelter, as this storm certainly has a history of producing tornadoes, and that's exactly what it appears to be doing right now, moving east at about 40 miles an hour. So North Lewisburg, Woodstock, and even Milford Center and Marysville, although currently outside of the tornado warning, this is your opportunity to put your plan in place.
Absolutely, Jerry. Still looking at quite a bit of favorable energy left for these storms to continue to develop. I'm just taking a look here at the latest model data. I want you to still be able to see this warning while it is still in effect. So I'm going to zoom things out, give you a little bit of a better view, but I want to keep this again where you can see it. But the latest model data still showing plenty of potential for these storms to continue, and they still have quite a bit of energy left and to continue to rotate. That's the biggest concern with these storms, is they are isolated in nature. We're getting that supercell activity, and that's allowing these storms to get rotating before they even start to strengthen. So please, again, if you are within this warning right now, seek shelter immediately and stay there until the warning is discontinued. As soon as the danger is past, that warning will be gone and you can head back to your normal day. It looks like we've actually just had this trimmed down. That's good news, Jerry. Actually, just right around those spots you were just talking about, areas of concern. We're now looking at this warning just north of Westville, south of Eris. We're seeing it in Kings Creek. Cable is also within this tornado warning at the moment. We're also starting to see a couple flash flood warnings trickle in as well. A lot of moisture within these storms, Jerry. A lot of flooding potential in addition to tornado potential. We're also talking about large hail with these storms, and also wind gusts of over 70 miles per hour, which can be just as damaging as some small tornadoes.
Yeah, and again, we're looking at this situation, as you mentioned, the varying facets of this particular severe weather threat this evening. For the moment, we're going to zoom out for a moment and then get you back to your regular coverage. This particular tornado warning is no longer in part of the 10 TV viewing area. It may be moving east toward Marysville, so we're going to watch that very closely, but the center of the storm is now just north of Urbana in Champaign County. If that continues to maintain its strength, then we'll provide an on-air update for you. And as we look out further off toward the east, that means Delaware and even locations further off toward the south around Columbus and down around London, and then certainly Washington Courthouse still under the threat for severe weather of all varieties. Tornadoes, flash flooding, hail, and damaging winds are all possible as we go through the rest of the night into the wee hours of your Wednesday morning. We'll be looking and watching and monitoring the situation.
Jerry,
we'll break into coverage. Oh.
Before we go, I do want to take one moment here on our other system, show you that tornado watch over the last hour. It was extended. We've got more counties included within that. It does now include all of central Ohio and just about all of the state, if we can bring that up. We're also going to be watching this, of course, as we head through the rest of the night. I'm going to bring this up for you here if I can. We're going to take a look at that, that tornado watch in effect. Again, this was extended just about 30-45 minutes ago. There we go. So this is your updated tornado watch. Basically, everyone is within this right now. So yeah, we're going to be keeping a close eye on this, Jerry.
That's right. So we'll turn you back. Thanks for the update there, Madison. Watching the situation evolving during the course of the evening. Going back to regular programming right now, but if need be, we'll break back in. Tornado warning, this one until 10:15 p.m. That includes areas in Madison and Union County. This is an extension of that particular storm that we're just tracking just moments ago. That storm system is beginning to just drift a little bit further off toward the south, and that's why we're seeing now counties within the 10 TV viewing area that are under the threat. We're not just talking about possible tornadoes, but also hail up to 1 inch from this particular storm. So closer inspection right now of that particular cell, if we can get this into motion for you, that does show the area that we're watching to the west of, just to the west of Woodstock and Milford Center. That area is right now under the threat for the worst weather, and we're going to track that for you moving east at about 45 miles an hour like the storms have previously been doing. So we're going to remove that warning. Again, it goes until 10:15 p.m. That's another 30 minutes. We're going to put the radar into more of a plane mode. You can see again North Lewisburg, Woodstock, now Milford Center, Mechanicsburg, around Urbana, still under the threat for the storm, and this is moving east at about 45 miles an hour. Marysville and Plain City, not yet in the tornado warning, but you are in the path of the storm. So keep that in mind as we're looking and tracking this particular storm. Closer inspection right now with some of the communities just to the east of Urbana in Champaign County, Cable, Woodstock, Mechanicsburg, and Mutual, and then communities off toward the east. So if you're in and around any of those towns or communities or ones that I previously mentioned in Union County, seek shelter immediately. It's not complicated. Simply put as many walls between you and the exterior as possible, and that's something that is advice to provide whether you're in a mobile home, whether you're in a high-rise apartment, whether you're in a standalone home or a condo. Walls in the outside, and you want to be inside on the lowest floor possible. So we're going to put a track on that for you and zoom out just a little bit because these storms are moving at a pretty good clip. So we're going to zoom out again. That will show the area just further off toward the east. That will allow us to track that storm. Again, we're just looking at this is the only tornado warning right now that we've been watching. There have been other near neighbors to the southwest and to the northeast, but this is the one that's maintaining our focus right now. So tracking that and these areas that I'm mentioning right now, if you are under this tornado warning, these are the towns and communities that I want to draw your attention to. Just moving east at about 45 miles an hour, a little bit slower than Mechanicsburg and Woodstock we just mentioned. Milford Center and Plain City, 1010 and 1021. Jerome Township, Dublin, and Powell. Again, these are into Delaware County right now, not technically under the tornado warning, but Madison, as we've been talking and watching over the past couple of hours, this particular storm, even though it had ebbed and flowed a little bit, has now seemed to strengthen as there hasn't been a whole lot going on ahead of that over the past couple of hours. So the atmosphere and the environment is right for that storm to maintain its eastward trajectory.
Yeah, Jerry, we're still holding on to a lot of energy there, and I want to leave this up so you can continue to see that, of course. We're going to watch this storm as it continues to move through. Sometimes we see tornadoes and severe thunderstorms do this thing called cycling. What it's going to do is it's going to cycle up, it's going to increase in strength, we're going to see it briefly decrease in strength, and then sometimes we see that cycle happen again. So until it runs out of energy, we'll likely continue to see this trend where it cycles up and cycles down. So at the moment, we're watching that increase in strength. So we're going to see this system stick around for just a little bit longer. I want to zoom you in here again, take a closer look at this storm. The big concern is we're radar indicated tornado. This line has already produced tornadoes and damaging tornadoes at that, and we still have plenty of energy left. So let's go ahead. I do want to take a cone here and show you exactly how this is going to be tracking forward as we head through the next couple of hours. Again, it's moving at about 40 miles per hour as of right now. So again, if you're just joining us right now, here are the spots I want you to be aware of. This does include Woodstock at 10:01, so that's about 10 minutes from now. Milford Center, 10:08. This is extending out of the cone that we have at the moment. But this is the direction the storm is moving in, and as of right now, it's still holding on to a little bit of strength. So if you're within this cone again, please take the precautions now. Be prepared to head to your safe place. If you are inside of that cone, you should already be going to your safe place or in your safe place, watching us again from safety. Now, Plain City right now looking at an arrival time of 10:20. We could see this in areas like Jerome Township in 10:28. Dublin, Powell, Delaware, Westerville, all within the possible line of this cell. Dublin, 10:32. Powell, 10:36. 10:41 for Delaware and 10:48 for an arrival time for Westerville. So I want to go ahead and zoom things in here for a little bit. I want to take a closer look at this storm because we have seen quite a bit of rotation with this as well already. Again, radar indicated tells us that we have some spinning in the upper levels of the atmosphere. Sometimes that can indicate a tornado already on the ground. Sometimes it just means we've caught this in the early stages. And looking at the structure of this storm, we're not seeing something we normally look for called inflow notches, which are going to be little spots in the storm where we can start to see that wind move into the storm. That's going to increase the spin of the storm and helps those tornadoes form at times. So again, looking at this, let's take a look at that spin right now. Most areas seeing at least a little bit of rotation within these storms. So right now, yes, seeing a little bit of that here just outside of Urbana. So rotation is going to be indicated here by green next to red. The brighter the colors, the stronger the rotation. The brighter the colors as well, the stronger the winds associated with this storm. So that can sometimes indicate, again, the strength of what we're looking at here. So Urbana and also into Mechanicsburg, I'm going to put a track here just on that area of rotation. I'm going to zoom things in here for a second, give you a closer look at that portion of the storm. Here we go. So now let's take that tracking, walk you through this for the next couple of minutes. Again, this is moving at about 40 miles per hour for now. Going to have to actually zoom things way out. So I'm actually going to zoom things out a little bit more for you to give you a better view of that. Again, this storm has already produced some damaging winds and has potential to be producing a tornado at the moment. So zooming things out for you, taking a better look here, going to track this out. Again, we do have potential for this portion of the storm to move into areas like Dublin, to move into areas like Powell, portions of central Ohio, into Columbus as well. So let's just take a quick look. Again, Mechanicsburg, Unionville Center. So Mechanicsburg 10:09, 10:50 as we head into Unionville Center. And again, that one little tiny spot, that is what we're keeping the closest eye on right now, that area of rotation. Taking a much larger view here, most spots, we are looking at only this one main area of rotation. We do have a live view there of Marysville, lots of lightning, lots of heavy rain associated with this storms. Again, Jerry, we want to be in our safe places already if we are under those tornado warnings at the moment, but going to be keeping a close eye. Do we have any updates on what's going on, Jerry?
So the storm, as you said, is moving about 40 miles an hour, and it has a history of producing the tornadoes earlier in the evening in parts of Indiana and west central Ohio. The one thing we've been looking at inside this particular storm, and you already looked at the particular area with the winds in the particular storm, but the other thing we can look at is if there's some debris. So we're going to zoom in a little closer right now. This is certainly something that we normally don't show you when we're looking at kind of the behind the scenes in terms of the meteorology, but we're looking very closely right now at this particular area, and just for some subtle differences in the coloration between this deeper red, or this deeper purple, I should say, and some brighter red, sometimes this is an indication, coupled with what Madison just showed you, where those winds are different color are next to each other. You put those two things together, and that leads to a higher likelihood that a tornado is actually on the ground. So we've talked about that and tracked these particular storms. This obviously looks very ominous, just the particular coloration, this deeper red, very heavy rain, no doubt, and the opportunity for some hail. These have a history of producing up to 3/4 inch or up to 1 inch size hail over the past couple of hours. So we are going to zoom it out a little bit further here, and this will allow us to put things in a bit of perspective. Yes, we're seeing some significant weather and some storms north of Marion and Mount Gilead and south of this particular cell, but this is the only one in town at the moment, mercifully, that is producing a tornado warning. So tracking that particular storm for you, we're going to clean up the radar just a little bit. That will put the radar scan into a mode that does get rid of a lot of this green and really focuses in on the core of that particular storm. Obviously, a lot of lightning there. That's something that we're going to be dealing with for quite a while. But there's the track, again, east at about 40 miles an hour. We're focusing on the deeper red right now as the center part of that storm, and then we're going to move that as I get out of the way here, and there's about 40 miles an hour for you. And you'll notice this cone extends far beyond the actual eastern edge of the tornado warning. That's because we're letting you know Dublin, Powell, Worthington, Columbus, Blendon Township, and Gahanna, yeah, all the way in the eastern parts of Franklin County, please take shelter from this particular storm, or at the very least, if you're watching us, you've got a couple of minutes to get your plan in place and get ready to put it into action. The areas of most immediate concern: Milford Center, Unionville Center, Plain City, Jerome Township, and Dublin, right on the edge. Again, we've extended this. This is the actual thunderstorm warning edge, but we're going a bit beyond that. This storm is held together already for several hours and has every indication that it will continue to do just that. So we're going to zoom in right now. We're getting into a bit more populated areas of that particular thunderstorm cell. In areas, there's a southwestern corner of Union County. We're zooming into some locations that you may be familiar with. These areas right along the Madison-Union County line. Unionville Center, there's 161 west, there's 38, and this line right here is the eastern edge of the current tornado warning. Not yet including Plain City, but we have every indication to assume that that will continue to be the case. And as we've talked about, it's not complicated when it comes to tornado safety. It certainly is scary and can be frightening, but you want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, no matter where you live. You do not want to be out in a car. We do not want to see your pictures or videos of lightning or the storm or the hail. We want you to take this opportunity to get to your safe place and do what you have to do to keep you and your family safe. In case you're just joining us right now, coming up on 10 o'clock, we'll do a quick reset for you. We're looking at several areas of very disruptive weather in and around central Ohio. To the north, we're seeing some downpours and thunderstorms, Marion and Mount Vernon, and just north of Delaware. South and west, southwest of Fayette County, also some particularly strong thunderstorms. We'll be watching those up till about midnight tonight. But the one thing we're focusing on right now continues to be this particular thunderstorm cell, which is producing a ton of lightning, has a history of producing some hail, and right now it is putting down a tornado warning for areas that are just east of Urbana in Champaign County, North Lewisburg, Marysville, Plain City, and Mechanicsburg, and then pushing off toward the east. We mentioned Ostrander, we mentioned Delaware, Powell, Dublin, Hilliard. This storm, it might turn a little bit either way, but we're watching again the worst part of that storm going due east, almost right along the Union-Madison County line, and that very well could hold true between the Delaware and Franklin County line. So if you're seeing your town here, even if it's not in the tornado warning, this is, again, some additional lead time that we're giving you, breaking into coverage this evening, so you can help get your plan. If you don't have one, make one. You got a couple minutes left. And if you do have that plan, get ready to put it in place. Madison.
Yeah, we've been talking about this all day. Prepared, not scared. That is always the goal when it comes to severe weather. And I did want to make this note. We talked about this when this storm first popped up here just a couple of minutes ago. With severe thunderstorms, with rotating thunderstorms, we often start to see these cycle. We very well could see this start to weaken here within the next few minutes, but that does not mean that this storm is done. There's still some energy left, especially in and around the metro, where these storms have not moved through just yet. And as it moves in, it's got more than enough potential to begin to rotate again. And as it does, that's going to briefly increase that strength. We could see another warning extended. But again, that's why we're watching this storm so closely. We could start to see those cycles with it as well. So if you are within this warning right now or just ahead of the warning, again, this is your time. I want you to make sure that you are in your safe place right now. Again, we are seeing, it looks like an update here. Was that just extended, Jerry?
It was. Yeah, I just noticed the same thing, and that caught me before. That thunderstorm warning for the western part of Champaign County has been expired. It still carries in the eastern part of Champaign County and most notably areas in Union County and in Madison County. So that's when we're looking at that eastward extension of that storm. Just an indication or confirmation by the National Weather Service that we're looking at a particularly dangerous situation. So we're going to take a closer look at that storm as we've been showing you some different radar scans. Obviously, even for the armchair meteorologist at home, where we're seeing this green and this red right next to each other, basically what this is saying is that within the storm, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 feet up, and that thunderstorm is spinning. And oftentimes we used this analogy before. If you've ever watched an ice skater, as they pull their arms in closer together, that circulation, that spin gets smaller and tighter. That actually strengthens and lengthens, making it down to the ground. So it's this area right here, north of Mutual, northwest of Mechanicsburg, south of Woodstock, showing that broad rotation. West of that, Urbana, I believe those areas are in the clear. East of that, where that tornado warning is continuing, those areas are not in the clear. So we're going to go back to maybe a more traditional looking radar for you. And then we're going to again draw this track out again. We just can't really emphasize enough that this storm, this particular storm, is, I'm going to say 100 miles, maybe even a longer track, going back to eastern Indiana. And this has maintained its strength. Aside for a couple-minute lapse when a tornado warning was taken down, it was quickly reissued. So this very strong, intense, long-lived storm is Woodstock, Mechanicsburg, Mutual, and Cable. It means business. It's time for you to seek shelter if you haven't already. Further off toward the east, we're looking at areas and communities a bit closer to central Ohio in the 10 TV viewing area. There's Marysville, there's Plain City, there's Hilliard, Dublin, Powell, and Ostrander. So if you extrapolate this out, those communities and those towns and those areas are under the threat for, at the very least, severe weather that could include some large hail up to an inch, winds up to 60 to 70 miles an hour, some extremely heavy rainfall. But at this moment, the main concern continues to be that tornado located in eastern parts of Champaign County, moving east at about 40 miles an hour. We're going to put a quick track on that for you. Then I'll hand it back over to Madison for a second. I got to get out of the way here. These storms have been very consistent, Madison, and moving at about 40 miles an hour. That would put areas the following: Unionville Center, 1023, Plain City at 1028, Hilliard at 1038, Dublin, Powell, Worthington, Columbus, and Westerville. Again, that's stretching a little far out, but these communities in the second half of that list, you got a few extra minutes. Seek shelter, take cover, get that plan in place, and get ready to take action because this storm is serious.
Yeah, absolutely, Jerry. Let's leave those up here for a second. I want everyone to be able to have the opportunity to look at those. And as you said, these have been very consistent. And one thing that we love to hear in meteorology is consistency, because consistency means predictability. So as the storm continues to move in the same direction, that same speed, it means we're holding with strength, but we're not seeing an increase in strength. And we're not also seeing a big decrease in strength. What that tells me is the storm is going to continue to move through for now. We haven't started to see that system slow down, and we haven't seen that system start to speed up. So we're kind of in the middle ground. We're not in a worst case scenario, but we're not looking at the best case scenario either. So again, if you are in any of these areas, I'll list them off for you again. Unionville Center, 1023, Plain City, 1028. A couple minutes from now, Hilliard, Dublin, Powell. If you're in those areas, listen up for a second here. Hilliard, 1038, 1041 for Dublin, Powell, 1045. Worthington, we're talking 1049, and we've also got this storm moving into Columbus and the downtown area as we head into 1053, 1057, Westerville. Now I know those times are pretty far out from where we are right now. However, this storm has held together for quite the trek. As Jerry just said, this storm started in Indiana way earlier this afternoon and is still holding together and rolling right on through. So we're expecting at this point for it to continue to hold together and roll right on through. Now, when we've had our severe weather outlook today, we did see a pretty sharp cutoff just past Columbus as we headed into areas like Zanesville. So it is likely that we see these storms begin to lose strength at that point. But that's going to take us a couple more hours to get to this point. And that's one of the reasons why this system, this timing, this entire day has been particularly dangerous and of increased note, because we don't like to see overnight tornadoes. They are almost twice as deadly as daytime tornadoes, purely because of the timing, purely because it's normally when we're asleep, when we're not aware, and that can be a worst case scenario. So again, this is radar indicated at the moment. We're seeing that that rotation on radar, but we have not seen rotation on the ground as of yet. However, that doesn't mean we're letting our guard down, because we have seen rotation hit the ground already with these storms, Jerry.
You're right. I was just doing a deeper analysis, Madison, and one thing we saw earlier was the very clear rotation inside the storm. One thing that I did not see on the latest scan was that debris signature, and that is, at least for the moment, some encouraging news. So we're certainly by no means sounding the all clear. If anything, as a testament to the strength and the tenacity and the duration of this storm, we're looking at the areas in Union County and Madison County and points off toward the east, still very concerned about those locations as that tornado warning continues for at least 10 more minutes. I fully expect, if this trend continues, that storm is going to march right along the Madison-Union County border and then continue into those communities that you just mentioned. Again, we're looking at this tornado warning. It's in effect until 10:15 for eastern parts of Champaign County. That area we're looking at further off toward the east, if I can get my clicker to work. There we go. Oops. Let's go back to something a bit more familiar to you, get back to the radar scan for us. That area to the east is what we're most concerned about. So we'll center back up again on the 10 TV viewing area, and just a bit of perspective for you right now, heading up just about 5 minutes past 10 o'clock. Some gusty thunderstorms north, Mount Vernon, Morrow County, Knox County, and Marion. Some gusty thunderstorms to the south. This additional warning right now is just knocking on the door of Fayette County. We're going to watch that headed toward Clinton County in the next 1 to 2 hours. But the storm that should get most of our attention, and it is right now, that's just the storm that is on tornadic thunderstorm. It's warned the past couple of hours, and that continues to be the case as this storm just has not let up, producing 60-mile-an-hour winds, some hail, 3/4 of an inch or greater, in addition to showing that tornado and that rotation. So we're going to zoom close in right now, and it'll really get you down to some locations which might be familiar to you as it gets closer to central Ohio. Now we're really getting in south of Marysville, Plain City, Unionville Center. There's 736 and there's 33, very well traveled, just to the south of that industrial parkway, and there's 42 going south of Plain City. At the moment, these areas right now are not under the tornado warning, but they soon will be. And these pictures right now are coming in from Hilliard and just showing the vivid lightning to the west, I believe, and the skies lighting up there. We talked about the intensity of this particular storm, and not just the things that we're looking at in terms of the radar analysis, but also the frequent lightning that is coming in. Right now, we're looking again at this tornado watch in effect for all of central Ohio, but specifically the tornado warning right now that is Champaign, Madison, and Union County that goes until 10:15 p.m. So If you're in the sound of the sirens to the northwest of Columbus, if you're indoors, again, those sirens are not meant to be heard indoors. You're either watching us or you're getting your weather information from your mobile phone, an app, or perhaps the county EMA has a service that provides that for you. But that's just one of the ways, one of the many ways that you're able to get your weather information right now. And if you're in the path of that particular storm, that's something that you certainly want to pay attention to. So we're going to track this out for you, give you a bigger perspective right now. We've been doing this frequently because the storm's moving at about 40 miles an hour. It's not staying in the same place. So as this storm moves east, we'll include additional communities and counties that will allow us to capture the areas of most concern. So we're going to cut off central Champaign County in order to move it further off toward the east for you. That would allow the track right now. We'll get to those pictures in just a moment. That's Marysville again. That's been very active for us as we're looking at the areas out 33. In this particular map, if I get out of the way far enough, Unionville Center, Plain City, all the way Dublin and Worthington between now and 1041.
If I can just add real quick, Jerry, we have seen a little bit of a southerly shift. Just in the past couple updates here, past couple scans of radar, we're seeing the storm in that area of concern shifting a little bit further south in our warning box. I'm going to point that out for you here just real quick, but I'm also going to leave these up. I want you to continue to be able to see these. Its areas just a little bit further to the south, so we're getting more of a rotation within the storm that's going to kind of curve this path into the metro, into portions of Columbus. So again, those areas of concern all highlighted here, but especially spots around 270s. That's going to include Dublin, Powell, Worthington, Westerville, Gahanna, New Albany, also into Jersey Township. So we're going to be watching this this specific storm very closely. We've been talking about that cycling. It looks like we might be starting to see a little bit of that. I've seen a couple flashes, some brief periods of stronger winds, but also looking now like we're seeing some reduced winds. Doesn't mean we're in the clear with this storm by any means. We're still getting a lot of rotation within this portion of the cell, but something to keep a close eye on, Jerry.
So you're right. And Madison, one of the things we've been doing this evening, in addition to giving the heads up as to communities that are in the path of the storm, is taking a moment in real time to dive into the particular storm and take a look at some of the details. One of the things we're looking at is the potential for hail. That has been significant over the past couple of hours. Some of the areas we're watching, of course, with the hail, that area has been showing a little bit of gray just south of west of Unionville Center, that moving off toward the east along with the core of the storm. That's just one of the facets of severe weather, up to 1-inch hail with these particular storms. In addition to that, of course, we're tracking the potential for those thunderstorms. And this one in particular, as you saw from that camera, just a tight cluster of lightning. We're looking at a tremendous amount of lightning flashes, and this hasn't weakened very much, if any, over the past hour or so. And this cluster of flashes, again, very concentrated just northwest of Unionville Center, and that's moving east, kind of outrunning, maybe a bit ahead of that tornado warning. And that's an indication that that storm may actually be continuing to strengthen as it moves to the east. The other thing that we've been watching very closely is what we call the spin, or the storm relative velocity. Basically what that means is when we're looking at a particular storm, that we're looking for areas of green and red that are very close together, or green and pink in this case. That's the case just southwest of Unionville Center. So you notice that's a little bit displaced from where we saw the lightning flashes cluster, but pretty close to where that hail was. So we're kind of putting these things together. Oftentimes the tornadoes do occur, obviously, in an environment which also has large hail, and that appears to be what's happening right here, where we're seeing this counterclockwise flow, green into the pink, a very tight circulation. You see the radar updating there as we're on the air. But let's quickly go back to a more traditional radar scan for you. That shows the area right now bound by the yellow. That is a tornado warning that's in effect for at least a few more minutes. We're waiting and watching and expecting, I would think, Madison, that this storm is going to be moving off toward the east, and at the very least, I would expect a severe thunderstorm warning to continue with this particular cell. But you do see the deeper greens and the yellows and those additional reds already moving off toward the east, even though the core of the storm is just between Marysville and just west of Plain City. It's kind of expanding a little bit as it moves to an environment which, aside from that shower we had much earlier this afternoon, has not yet been tapped. And it simply means that this available thunderstorm has a lot of energy to take advantage of. It doesn't have a lot of competition from neighbors, whether well to the north or well to the south. So I expect that this storm storm is probably going to maintain its intensity for the next couple of hours.
Absolutely, Jerry. Those are all, of course, the important things we've got to keep in mind with this storm system. Another thing I want to point out as well, the structure of this storm at the moment, not very organized. So we're definitely seeing a well-defined cell here, but like I was saying earlier, we often look for these things called inflow notches. They're areas where air is coming into the storm, it's bringing in that additional fuel, it helps it continue to grow, and that's where we can see those quick spin-ups. So as of right now, we're not getting a lot of those defined inflow notches. When you see them, you know what they look like, and if we see them, I will make sure to point them out to you. But right now, not looking super organized. It does look like we just had that tornado warning continue, Jerry, into portions of Columbus right now, including Dublin, Powell. Also going to be, I'll take a closer look here for you at this latest warning. We do have a couple.
Go ahead and track that out. I can hear the weather radios alerting right now.
Yep.
As you mentioned, Madison, that particular storm has been taking a very slight jog to the south of east, and that again has put areas in and around Franklin County in the crosshairs of that particular storm. Still moving east at 40 miles an hour. So that again, if you can click on that tornado warning, it probably will clear that particular Plain City, Dublin, Powell, the communities that we've been mentioning over between 1017, 1029, and 1032 and 1036. We've talked about this, the extension of this tornado warning. This goes until 1045, and this very well could take us right up until our 11 o'clock broadcast tonight. In case you're just joining us, we've been tracking individual pockets of significantly severe weather over the past several hours. This most recent one right now, an extension of that tornado warning from that cell in Champaign, Madison, and Union County that now goes to the east, and the counties that the communities that you see to the right of the screen, Gahanna, New Albany, Reynoldsburg, Pataskala, they are currently beyond the edge of the tornado warning, but this is an advance notice for you to seek shelter and put your safety plan in place.
Absolutely, Jerry. I think the biggest thing to remember with these storms is the more time you can have to be prepared, the better. As of right now, we are looking at a radar indicated tornado, which means we have a severe thunderstorm that is rotating, that has potential to produce a tornado or could already be producing a tornado, which is why we want to take this seriously. If you are in Columbus, if you are in the metro, please seek shelter immediately. If you or someone you know is out and about right now and they're getting this alert, one of the biggest things that I think we don't always think about is what happens when a tornado occurs or you get a tornado warning when you're driving down the road. Look for gas stations, look for grocery stores, look for restaurants, anything that is still open with the lights on. Get out of your car. It is not safe to be in your car in these situations, and go inside of a building. They will have somewhere where the rest of the employees and people visiting will be sheltering, and you will be able to shelter as well. In your home, again, basement. If you don't have a basement, make sure you have as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you live somewhere like an apartment or you live on a second story, make sure that you're, again, putting as many walls as possible and on the lowest floor you can possibly be. Make sure that you have your pets. You want to make sure you have everyone in your family within your safe place. Make sure that you have everything charged. In these situations too, sometimes it's important. We do have a live look actually right now, some ODOT cameras of Powell. This is US 23. A lot of lightning as this storm is getting to roll in, Jerry. Definitely some activity there just off on the horizon.
And you'd given some great advice, Madison, that if you're out on the roads, or maybe if you're planning, you need to go pick somebody up, or you just need to get out. If you are caught in a situation where the weather is extremely threatening, do not ride the storm out in your car. Find a safe spot, whether it's a gas station, a shopping center, a store, in a mall, or anything. That car can be a dangerous place, because that could be, in a worst case scenario, become some of that flying debris, as unfortunately we've seen all too often so far this early spring in central Ohio. So if you're just joining us, we're breaking in about 10:16 p.m. The newest tornado warning that goes for another 29 minutes. That includes Union County, Madison County, Delaware County, and Franklin County, just clipping northwest of downtown Columbus. This storm, over the past 20 or 30 minutes, has been tracking just slightly southeast. So that's something we've been watching. We're going to pull it back in time and leave that particular warning up. You do see this storm again maintaining kind of a west to east trend track. Previously, it had been jogging just a little further north, but it's starting to curl ever so slightly southeastward. That's why much of Franklin County and northwestern corner is included in that particular area, in that particular warning right now. So we're going to pause this for you and bring you up to speed. We're going to simplify the radar just a little bit for you, and that will allow us to hone in on some of the areas we're most concerned about. Then we're looking at areas just to the south and east of Marysville. Marysville, right now, you are in the clear. That is welcome news. It's still disruptive weather up there, but in terms of the tornado threat, you're in the clear. Not the case for Unionville Center. Not the case for areas to the east. We're talking around Powell, Jerome Township, Plain City, now in that tornado warning, Dublin and Hilliard, Worthington, just on the eastern edge. We're going to move the map a little bit, and we're really tight and zoomed in here, but it's going to allow us to mention some other communities that are very familiar to us. Just north of Prairie Township and north of West Jeff, but Hilliard, Upper Arlington, and downtown Columbus, just on the eastern edge of that, which is set to go beyond 10:45 p.m. as this storm continues to move off toward the east. So those are many of the communities that we're watching that are under the threat right now from this particular tornado warning. Please seek shelter. Madison's been emphasizing again and again, your people, your pets, and your papers. Hopefully you've had enough advance warning during the day today that you have those things ready. You have a plan in place. It's not a joke when we tell you to take a bicycle helmet, take your shoes, take an extra shirt, because if you're down in your basement and you come out into a situation in which there was some significant damage, you don't want to be walking around in your bare feet. That helmet, again, it might sound somewhat cavalier or silly, but most people are not swept away by tornadoes. They're injured by flying debris. If you can minimize your exposure to that flying debris, you might be setting yourself up a little bit safer. So keep that in mind. Again, we're emphasizing the area that we're watching with that tornado warning. Right now, that does include parts of Franklin County. We're going to zoom in a little closer to that, and then we're going to put a track on this particular storm. Again, for perspective, south of Marysville, south of Delaware, west of Westerville, but soon moving into areas around New Albany and Gehanna, north of London and north of Grove City. This does include downtown Columbus, Hilliard, Worthington, Upper Arlington, and Dublin. So please, if I mention any of those towns, if you know somebody that might not be watching 10 TV right now, call them immediately and tell them to seek shelter. They want to keep you and your family in place and keep them safe. Madison?
And Jerry, I did just want to stress the importance as well as of making sure that you've got that bicycle helmet, making sure you've got long pants on, boots, anything like that to cover as much of your body as possible. Recently, I spoke with a family who was in the middle of a tornado, of the Indian Lake and Lakeview tornado, and their entire house was destroyed. All that was left was the room that they were in. And the biggest thing that we have heard time and time again, but it's so different to hear it from someone who's lived it themselves, was how important it is to make sure that you are covered. Because the family I was talking to, she and her daughter were climbing out of debris, of broken glass, of nails, of just pieces of their home all over the place, and glass from the house, glass from broken cars, flipped cars, all of those kind of things. And that is, of course, the worst case scenario, and you just want to be prepared in these situations. Again, we have a radar indicated tornado, so the storm is strong. It's rotating. There's a good chance we've got some of that rotation starting to come down. And even if we are not seeing that rotation down to the ground, there's a lot of wind with this storm. We've got another look here of ODOT in Pell, a lot of lightning, starting to see some of the wind pick up as well. This is a very active storm, and good thing to see too, those roads relatively quiet as of right now. I think we're seeing some heavy rain start to pick up, Jerry.
Yeah, the rain is one of the things we've been talked about. You had mentioned early on that there are several areas to the south of this particular storm which are under flash flood advisories or flash flood warnings because of the significant rain coming from these storms. This one right now is moving in a pretty good clip, and yes, there'll be some downpours and reduced visibility, but the main threat from this particular storm continues to be that threat of a tornado. So we're going to zoom very close into this map right now, getting down to the street level, and that shows areas that we're most concerned about, and then we'll put a track on this particular storm and get you a little further out into the mix. So right now we're looking at the area, so we can get that back to something that's, there we go. Zoom in, help me out here, perhaps not.
And Jerry, while you get that situated, of course, we've been talking about this storm system kind of cycling. As of right now, we're still seeing some pretty good indicators of rotation within this storm. I will say, Not quite as strong as what we were looking at initially, but that definitely doesn't mean that we're out of the woods with this storm and with this tornado warned severe thunderstorm, but definitely something to keep in mind.
Yeah, and it's one of the things we've talked about is just the continuation of this particular cell. And unfortunately, this one, for about 2 minutes, it seems like, dropped its intensity level just enough that that tornado warning was taken down. But it's been cycling and kind of ebbing and flowing, as oftentimes these particular storms do. So we're going right now into the deepest red right now. And you saw that flash a little bit of white. That's where, if there is a tornado with this storm, that's the most likely location, as well as some extremely heavy rain, lightning, as well as some hail. There's Unionville Center. There's Route 736. There's Scotts Lawn Road out Industrial Parkway. Heading south, there's California Road, Industrial Parkway, Plain City. And this eventually gets us down to an area that begins to get toward Dublin right now, and an area down near the Costco, if you're familiar with that. So we're going to pan down, again, keeping some of these streets on here just for some perspective. The area, there's Mitchell DeWitt Road. There's 33. There's Industrial Parkway. There's 161 heading out toward Plain City. Threat toward Plain City is real. The threat toward Dublin is knocking on the door. Powell and areas around Glick Road, there's the zoo, and there's areas also under the threat. Further off toward the east, there's Dublin just inside 270. But again, we're really looking at some densely populated areas which are under the threat from this particular storm. Something further off toward the west, while this storm was still significantly severe, it was over pretty rural areas. That is not the case right now. So we're expanding out just for a moment, showing this area bound, this trapezoid, this polygon, bound by the yellow and the black. Tornado warning that goes until 10:15 or 10:45, excuse me, another 22 minutes. You see the radar updating in real time. We're looking at the deepest red right now, the area where we're looking at the opportunity for the worst weather. And if we're looking around Hilliard right now, they're just on the edge of that particular storm. That's where our camera shot is coming from, showing some of that frequent vivid lightning. That's the area that we watched. And again, Madison, it's not the only indication of the strength of a thunderstorm, but oftentimes as they're ebbing and flowing, sometimes that lightning will wax and wane. This one has not. It's maintained its intensity and it's putting on quite the light show.
I think that's been one of the biggest and most impressive things of watching these storms from this morning and into now. We saw the initial line at 4:25 this morning, and the storm has continued to develop and hold on to strength, and this is the final wave of it moving through right now. The first wave that we saw brought some thunder, brought some lightning, but it wasn't enough to wipe out most of the energy in the area, and we're still holding on to that into the overnight hours, which is impressive. That is really hard to do with storm systems. Generally, you need the heat, which means you need the sunshine, you need humidity, which also helps during the day. We see more of that, and you often need those fronts coming through too. So in order to have this storm system still holding on to strength, we've got to have a really strong upper level pattern, a lot happening in the upper levels of the atmosphere in order to hold these together, which is rare. We don't see this very often. So on top of it, we're, first and foremost, we are looking at a pretty rare situation in that regard. On top of it, overnight tornadoes, worst case scenario, regardless of the strength of the tornadoes. And because of the energy, because of that upper level setup, we're not only looking at potential through the next couple of hours for tornadoes, but we do have that increased potential for EF2 and larger. That is why we're here. That is why we're walking you through this hour by hour, even second by second, I'll say, Jerry.
Yeah.
Do we have some updates here?
We do. I just wanted to put it in perspective. We've been talking about and clearly focusing on it, and we'll come back to this very quickly. This tornado warning affecting the population areas around Powell, Dublin, and Hilliard. We're going to expand just a bit only to show the areas to the south and west of this particular thunderstorm. There are significant other multiple tornado warnings. This one indicated and bound by the black and red. That is an indication or a confirmed tornado. That's Clinton County. Just to the east of Clinton County is Fayette County. That's Washington Courthouse. So again, we're watching that area very closely, and it looks like these two major pockets of the most severe weather are the ones that are going to go for the next couple of hours. The one thing we haven't seen, at least with these two areas, is a kind of a line or a congealing of that, and that would kind of spread out and weaken the energy across that line of storms. This one has maintained its integrity for hours, as has this storm. That's why they're both very concerning, and that's why we're tracking both of these with tornado warnings on this evening. So we're going to zoom in closer again to the one most closest to Columbus, in and around Franklin County. If you're just joining us, coming up on 10:30 this evening, breaking into coverage for the significant severe weather moving in. And we're looking at conditions go deteriorating quickly. Powell, Dublin, and Hilliard. We're going to put a track on this particular storm, and we're going to go a little bit beyond the area or the edge of the tornado warning, only to show you the locations that are under the threat for the storm once it begins to move off toward the east. So I believe the speed of this storm is still about 40 miles an hour. So we're going to show that. And if you're on the leading edge of the storm, we're going to go right from the center of that storm and that deepest red, and we're going to move that out to the east. Slow down just a bit. There we go, at about 40 miles an hour. Dublin, Powell, Worthington, Westerville. Those are the communities under the most immediate concern. Extending beyond that, New Albany, Jersey Township, Pataskala. Yeah, we're getting into Licking County right now, Granville and Hebron. Those areas extending beyond the warning. What we're doing right now is giving those folks an advance notice beyond the National Weather Service. It's very likely that this storm, even if it does not produce a tornado, hail, damaging winds up to 60 or 70 miles an hour, flooding rain is possible, and of course that possibility of a tornado as that storm moves in. So just keep that in mind again, even if you are beyond the scope of this particular warning right now. But still, this appears to be the only game in town. We're going to put the lightning on it for a moment, and it's just going to show the intensity and the coverage and the pocket of that lightning. We'll wait for it to subside in just a second, but clearly it's drawing your attention to the strongest part of that thunderstorm. Seeing numerous lightning flashes tightly clustered into the center of that storm. They do not show signs of weakening, just an indication that that storm continues to move to the east, and that lightning just one of the components or the severe weather threats with this particular storm. So we're going to simplify it just a bit for you. I want to dive into the storm momentarily in real time, so bear with me as we look at a little closer inspection right now. And this is something that's very concerning. A little closer as we get to that particular area, and I'll show you what I'm talking about, where we watch over the past couple of hours as these storms are strengthening or cycling and weakening. We're looking at the green, that's the one side of the storm, and then the red or the pink. And this is an indication that this storm is circling or rotating, I should say, and that in the storm itself, when it begins to reach the ground, this particular rotation, as we look at it above the ground inside the thunderstorm cloud, oftentimes these are referred to as supercell or rotating thunderstorms, and it's when that rotation tightens up and extends down to the ground is when we get the tornado. This one has a history, Madison, going back several scans, maybe even the better part of 30 or 45 minutes of maintaining this rotation. So it's one thing to see this storm kind of cycling, but it's another thing to see this consistent rotation as we go back again 45 minutes or maybe almost an hour.
Absolutely. And that rotation that we're watching, again, that's giving us that look at this radar indicated tornado warning that we have right now. Radar indicated, of course, means we can see the rotation on radar. That's what we're seeing right now. We do not know if there's a tornado on the ground, but we're going to be watching this really closely as we continue to see this storm progress. Regardless, this storm is producing strong winds, and straight line winds can be just as damaging as some small tornadoes. We've got potential for gusts over 60 miles per hour, even up to 70 miles per hour within this storm, as well as large hail. We've also seen a lot of issues with flooding already with these storms. A lot of rain, a lot of moisture is packed into these. We've been humid for days. We've been watching the energy build for this storm system since this weekend, and today's warmth, today's sunshine has certainly helped with that. Now, we're starting to see a little bit of a decline in the amount of energy that's available for these storms. That's good. What we're seeing is as we head through the overnight hours, we start to see a lot of the energy from the day begin to dissipate. So those upper levels of the atmosphere have managed to keep the storms going. All of that energy high above has carried these storms through. But as we start to head into the next hour, I do think we're going to start to see a little bit of weakening as that available energy is beginning to decline, Jerry. Looking just at that latest information.
Yeah, that's good information as we're watching these storms moving on through. And one of the things we've been watching too is not just the threat for tornadoes, which this one clearly is bringing to areas right now southeast of Marysville. See this area bounded to the east, Powell and Dublin and Hilliard. But where you see this deepest red right now, also an indication of some large hail. So please keep that in mind. This is a multifaceted storm. Clearly the area that, or what we're most concerned about with this particular storm is the threat for a tornado. That's why we're breaking into coverage. This tornado warning is in effect for at least another 14 minutes, and I have every reason to believe, as it's happened already 3 times in the past hour, that that warning will be extended, perhaps as a severe thunderstorm warning at least, but probably as a tornado warning as it moves into Licking County. So that's why we're breaking into coverage right now. The other thing that we talked about in Madison, you know this from working about 12 hours ago today, maybe even longer, that one of the things that's most concerning at these storms, as they maintain their individuality, they're not part of a much larger continual line, is that there's more energy for these cells and they have a possibility of producing some larger tornadoes. So that's not something that we want to see, but it's just kind of a reason to let you know as to why we're paying such particular attention to this weather situation this evening and breaking into coverage. So we're going to drill down right now, getting closer to street level. There's the area up near Powell, that little jog in the road, that's near the zoo and the golf course. There's 745 going up to the north. That's all the way up toward Layru if you keep going. 257 to the south, just crossing under 270 near Dublin, Bridge Park, some of these areas that might be familiar to you. And that's just right now in the northwestern corner of Franklin County, southwestern corner of Delaware County, and then southeastern parts of Union County. In this situation, you can see from the video, that's gone downhill in the past 20 or 30 minutes. I believe that's located just to the south. If I can move the map over a little further off toward the east, we can possibly capture and kind of match up where that camera is and what it's showing. There's 315. Closer inspection again as we look at Powell Road, that area we're looking at just to the north of the Delaware County line. That's 23 and 750, a little further off toward the east there, right to behind me, and that is Green Meadows Drive, and getting down really to the nitty-gritty of some of those streets. Madison?
I did want to take a second here and stress, as we start to see this storm move into higher population areas, we're not only talking about homes, we're not only talking about potential for larger buildings, we're talking about high rises, we're talking about apartment buildings. So if you are in one of those or you have a family member who is, a really safe place in those can be the stairwell, especially if there are no windows. It's going to be surrounded by concrete and it's going to be one of the strongest parts of a building. Now, ideally, you want to go as low as possible, go down to that ground floor and stay in the stairwell. Grab your neighbors, grab your friends, grab your pets. And again, people, pets, papers, easy to remember. Make sure that everyone in your family, everyone in your home, whatever home that may be, knows what your severe weather plan is, knows where your safe place is, and knows that there is active severe weather and that it's time to enact that plan. Then you want to grab your pets, same story, make sure that they're taken care of. You want to make sure they have their collar identification on, make sure that they have their leash on. If they're small enough that you can put them in a carrier, that's going to be ideal, just in a worst case scenario. That way you don't have to worry about trying to find them later. And if you do, that collar is going to make it easier to find them and locate them and get them back to you. Then papers, it's the easy stuff. Birth certificate, social security card, passport. You can also throw in there any other identification, any other credit cards, anything like that that you need to keep with you just in case of the worst case scenario with this storm system, Jerry.
Yeah, great advice. And once again, can't emphasize that enough in the harried nature of trying to get ready or prepared or enact your plan during the particular storm. Some of those things that might be common sense without dealing with a tornado might be something that you miss or you forget about. So you just want to keep some of those things in mind as you're making your plan. Again, we're looking at an area just west of Orange Township around Powell. There's Mount Air. You're traveling down 315, and I can hear the thunder outside of our studios right now, which means it's getting closer to Grandview. So we've zoomed in right now to show you the pocket of that deepest red. That also includes likely some large hail, 1 inch or larger. So between Powell Road and Dublin and 161. This is the area that is under the greatest threat, literally along the Franklin County, Delaware County line as that storm moves off toward the east. Not quite ready to sound the all clear for areas to the west, but as we do zoom out just a little bit for you, I have a pretty high confidence that areas in western parts, southwestern parts of Union County, and as if on cue, the National Weather Service is carving off and ending that tornado warning to the west. So you are in the clear from the tornadic threat, Unionville Center and Marysville, right on the edge. That would be, unfortunately, Plain City. But again, that storm is moving east at about 40 miles an hour. Hopefully, basically move through. There's Plain City just to the west of that line. Still very disruptive weather and probably unsettling conditions. But if there is a tornado with this storm, it's located right around Dublin, just northwest of Bridge Park, and that's moving east. So We just saw the area coverage of that particular thunderstorm, or excuse me, that tornado warning decrease. Now we're going to put a track on this storm that shows the areas and communities that we're most concerned about. That still is moving east at about 40 miles an hour. That hasn't changed. So we're going to take a little bit of a broader look right now as the storm still seems to be moving out and kind of expanding slightly. Want to make sure we cover our bases and cover your town or community if necessary. And that's why we're going to draw this particular line. If I can click the right thing, bear with me for just a second, please. That shows this, again, going right from the core of the storm, and then we're going to move that east at about 40 miles an hour. It stretches almost all the way to the edge of our screen, Madison, and an opportunity for Mount Ayr, Westerville, New Albany. Even though they are further east from that particular edge of the tornado warning, this storm's held together, and I don't see why it won't continue at least through 11 o'clock or maybe even longer.
Yeah, I agree, Jerry. Also, looking at the latest information with the energy that we still have available for these storms, of course, it's beginning to decline. We still have some out there, but it's beginning to decline, so we're heading in the right direction. We are still seeing a good southerly shift, almost moving just to the south through Westerville and down into some more areas like Gahanna into Columbus and the metro. So we're going to be watching that potential here. I want to put another track on just as another scenario for how this storm could be moving. So let's grab your tracking here. I'm going to put another cone. We're going to start to see this storm system again. It has potential to start to track a little towards the south. So moving that direction and just slightly shifting, I should say, that cone. We are going to see some spots, portions of New Albany included within this. We're going to go with a northern edge of that cone, including areas like Gahanna, 1057, Blendon Township as well, 1051, Worthington, 1041. So again, this is that second alternate path that this storm could be taking. So within these areas as well, I want you to be aware and prepared as this storm is starting to move through. It's still holding on to strength. We still have that tornado warning in effect, but watching that potential for either that more direct easterly path or a little bit more of a southeasterly shift over the next 30 to 45 minutes, Jerry.
Yeah, and that's one thing to keep in mind is these storms sometimes do have a mind of their own. The other thing that we're watching, and we're going to expand the view for just a moment once we get past this particular track, and that area is to the south. We're going to go back to kind of a broader view of the 10 TV viewing area just for a moment, and that shows the area to the north of this particular tornado warning, disruptive weather but not severe, north of Mount Vernon and northeast of Marion. Then we go further off toward the south, a sizable gap. Then we get down to this cluster right around the radar site in Wilmington and Clinton County. This area has been producing significant severe weather going back several miles all the way back into southeastern parts of Indiana into before sunset this evening. The problem with these two cells is that there's a fair amount of distance between the two of them. And we talked about that earlier, that there's not a lot of near neighbors. There's not a solid line of storms coming through. So that's allowing these individual cells, the strongest of which, kind of the strongest surviving, they're taking advantage of the energy that their neighbors are not. And then we're looking at, again, two significant areas of severe weather. I am very concerned about this area over the next 60 to 90 minutes as it moves toward Fayette County, Washington Courthouse. We'll be watching and tracking that one very closely. But in terms of population centers and the 10 TV viewing area, clearly that is a lot closer to home when we're looking at areas in parts of Franklin County. So I'm going to go a little further south than that and capture the areas around Franklin County and Columbus. There's Westerville. We've got actually a new tornado warning that's popped up just since we are speaking right now. You can get that to interact with us, and that will take us to the newest location. That actually is an extension. I just clicked on that twice. So unfortunately, we're going to be on the air for quite a while, bringing you the latest information and keeping you and your family safe. If there's any information on that particular storm, Madison, just shout it out. It looks like that one is something that we're watching and it means business. Here it is. To 11:15 p.m., Delaware, Franklin, now Licking County. This, again, is a tornado warning that is bound in the yellow. It has not yet been confirmed by either ground observations and is not considerable, but previously it was when it was in the western part of the state, so it's still a very significant event right now. So we're keeping that under wraps. The other thing to keep in mind, as this storm moves east, we'll get a speed on that momentarily, is hail up to 1 inches. About 40 miles an hour?
35.
35. A little bit of a change there, so let me put a track on that and move the map just a little further away so that we can fully capture the communities that are under the threat from that particular storm. 35 miles an hour, slowing down just a little bit, still moving to the east, Madison?
Yes, yes.
East at 35.
Just that little bit of a southerly jog.
Just a little bit of, yeah, that's changed over the past several hours for you right now, but we're doing this again, and we're going beyond the scope of that thunderstorm and that tornado warning, because areas around Newark, Heath, Granville, for example, into Licking County, 1125 to 1135, of most immediate concern. Westerville, 1048. New Albany, 1059, Jersey Township, 1107, Johnstown, 1110, and Beechwood Trails at 1114. So those are the areas we're watching right now. There is an extension or cluster of the thunderstorms, as we just heard the lightning and the thunder around Grandview and downtown Columbus, but clearly the worst weather in the area we're concerned most about is in the northern half of the county. So quick look, quick inspection right now. We're going to zoom in much closer to the area that we've talked about, and just deeper red between Powell and Dublin, right along the county line. That also could very well be producing some 1 inch or greater hail. And we're also looking at a continuation then of the severe thunderstorm warnings. The newest warning right now, that is a rotating thunderstorm warning. Madison, you probably can bring us up to speed as to where that warning might be.
Yeah, so that rotating severe thunderstorm warning that we've got is for Ross, Pickaway, also includes Fayette counties, Highland counties, and Clinton counties. Big thing with that storm, not looking at radar indicated tornado, but radar indicated rotation. So this is going to be some broader rotation. So it's the whole storm is moving instead of we're seeing a portion inside of the storm beginning to move. So that's going to be the difference between a rotating thunderstorm and a radar indicated tornado. So again, that's what we're looking at with this storm. It is bringing in potential for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is what we've been stressing through the entire portion of this storm. We're expecting damage to tree limbs, power lines as well. This is a damaging storm if you are within the line of it. Here, let me zoom things out for you and give you a better view of this particular warning. So here we go. Severe thunderstorm warning. This continues until 11:30 tonight. We do have a tornado possible tag within this now because of that rotation that we're seeing. So again, that broader rotation within this storm, this could continue to develop, and we could see a tornado develop within this storm. I am going to take things larger scale here for a second, because as Jerry's been talking about, we do have a pretty interesting kind of setup starting to develop. So thunderstorms will strengthen at the expense of the storms around them. So we've had this cell moving right through Columbus, right through the metro here for a little while. We've had those cells just to the north as well, holding on to some strength. But there is a lot of activity right now just down to the south, moving through Cincinnati and then into Ross and Pickaway counties as well as Fayette counties. But we're also seeing a lot of activity in Indiana. So potentially what we're seeing here, and the trend we're beginning to see, is we are seeing that energy from the north, from Columbus and central Ohio, pulled down into the south and beginning to help those storms pick up some energy and pick up some strength. This could help us out as we head through the next 30-45 minutes. Right now, though, I do think that main concern is going to be that rotating thunderstorm that was just issued. And Jerry, do we have some updates here on that tornado warning that was in and around Franklin County?
So the updates that I can see right now, Madison, Franklin County, let me go back to real quick. There's a lot going on, as you alluded to.
It looks like do we still have that warning up, or was it looks like
tornado
it's still
warning,
up.
Yeah, until 11:15. Yeah, the extension of that storm moving east of 35, that's the one that popped on just a few moments ago. That is a radar indicated storm, quarter-size hail, and a possibility of a tornado that moving toward Dublin. So in addition to the severe thunderstorm warning to the south, I believe those are the latest two coming out of the National Weather Service right now. So this continues to be kind of the first tornado warning that was issued earlier until 10:15, now extended until 11:15 and further off toward the east. And that back edge continues to be carved away. And that's important because if you've been watching us and following along, areas around Dublin and Hilliard and around Powell, you're on the edge, the western edge, still under the threat for the storm. But now we're turning our attention to the northern parts of Franklin County and then communities off toward the east, including several locations in and around Licking County, Johnstown, all the way down to Pataskala. So again, this is the latest tornado warning that's in effect for the area. That goes for about another half hour. Radar scan does continue to show the activity coming back in. Very ominous looking radar for us as we get the situation to unfold. You can look at, there we go, give me 1 second here. can look at the radar scan. Again, it comes to the traditional that we've been normally showing you. We're watching those areas of the green, the deeper yellows, and the oranges and the reds.
And we're starting to see that inflow, Jerry.
You're starting to see that, and I think you mentioned that before. The structure of the storm has begun a little bit of a different characteristic. So we're going to zoom in a little bit closer then to this particular storm. The other thing that we've been watching right now, you kind of see this tail off to the end and the storm system off toward the north. Still some very disruptive weather in Delaware and Sunbury and Galena, but the main focus continues to be right along the Delaware-Franklin County line and then moving toward the east. Westerville, Minerva Park, New Albany, and then further off toward the east out 161. I'm going to dissect that storm momentarily and give a closer look to what hopefully is showing some spin or some curl on that storm. And this is some very tight rotation. And we've been talking and watching, if you've been watching and joining us over the past couple of hours, where you see the green or just different colors right next to each other, that's an indication that this supercell thunderstorm at large is spinning. And when that spin reaches the ground, that's when we have a tornado. This storm has been spinning now for several counties. In fact, probably all the way back to central parts of Indiana. Just a testament to the strength and the intensity of this particular storm. So that's something we're watching very closely. Closer inspection then of the areas of gravest concern right now, right around south of Mount Ayr. There's Worthington, where we put some streets on. There's Linworth Road. There's 315. Further off toward the east, there's Worthington Galena Road, there's 71, there's Carl Road, and there's 161 over toward Blendon Township and Blendon Woods, Westerville and State Route 3 right now, and that continues down to Morse Road. So the area bounded between the Franklin-Delaware County line to the north and just around the areas to the south around Morse Road, that's the area of gravest concern right now for us, and that is in Franklin County. We're talking about some significant populated areas. One of the things I want to go back to, Madison, you made a really good point earlier, in that when we're looking at this particular tornado warnings, we're getting into more populated areas. There's a wide variety of structures in which people are probably living in right now and probably watching us. Just an idea of what, no matter where you're at, maybe some quick safety guidelines for those folks in those areas and communities that I just mentioned.
Absolutely. And I think the biggest thing to remember, if I simplify it down as much as possible, is think about walls. Count how many walls you can put between you and the outside. You want to be as low and as close to the ground as possible, and you want to be away from windows. Now, if we want to get fancy about it, if we're talking about houses, if you have a basement, get to the basement. And remember, we want to make sure that we're covering up anything that we can. So exposed skin, not great when you're having to climb out of rubble and debris in a worst case scenario. So long sleeve shirts, pants, jeans, thick pants that are going to be harder to be damaged by things like broken glass, boots, bicycle helmets, anything that you can think of. I know it sounds silly, I know it sounds extreme, but when you have those things, you're going to feel so much better, and in a worst case scenario, you're going to be so much safer. So again, think about how many walls, think about what floor you're on, and think about the windows. Now again, we can get into some specifics. If you're out on the roadways, you do not want to be in your car when a tornado hits, or even when we see those straight line winds. So if you are within a warning and you're out on the roadways, get off the road, find a safe place. That could be a gas station, that could be a grocery store, a restaurant, anything that is open with lights on. There will be employees seeking shelter, and you will be able to seek shelter with them. There will be a safe place in that building for you. Now, when it comes to things like apartment buildings or multi-story buildings, think about stairwells. That's where we're going to have a lot of concrete. We're going to have a lot of metal structures around, and they're often towards the center of a building. And so that's going to be one of your safest places, especially if your building has a lot of floors. There's a lot of space for you to fit. Get as low as you can on that stairwell, and also always think about everyone in your house as well as the four-legged friends. Put collars on your dogs. Make sure that you have cats and carriers or with you, and also want to make sure you have all of those important documents too, Jerry.
Great advice, and one of the things we've been talking about and kind of mentioning over and over, in case you're just joining us, or as these storms have been ebbing and flowing this evening, you continue to watch this evening. We're breaking into coverage, your normal programming for the severe weather moving through central Ohio. Earlier, it was in Indiana and then west central Ohio. Then it crossed over I-75, and this particular storm has just not let up. We're talking about significant lightning, some large hail, some damaging winds, some very heavy rain, and of course, the area we're talking about right now, Orange Township, Township, 23. Powell Road, there's 71. There's Westerville. We're heading over toward Hoover Dam. The area around Genoa Township, Westerville, and then Blendon Township. That is under the threat right now of a tornado. This tornado warning goes for another 25 minutes. We're going to stay on the air and track this particular storm as long as necessary in order to keep you and your family safe. We're going to expand our view just a bit. That shows the area we're watching right now toward Johnstown, New Albany. This tornado warning extends into Licking County, even down toward Pataskala, although I'm feeling, just by appearance sake, Madison, Pataskala, Reynoldsburg, Gahanna, Columbus downtown, and then Hilliard, they're on the southern edge of the storm. It's not out of the woods entirely. We've even heard some of the rumbles of thunder here at our studios close to downtown, but clearly the focus is right around that Franklin, Delaware County line where the weather simply seems to be the worst. West of that, Powell, Dublin, Hilliard, Plain City, western edge of that warning. Just don't get out of your shelter yet, but you soon will be able to as that storm moves east. But just to zoom in again on the areas we're most concerned about, there's Lewis Center, there's 23, there's Mount Ayr, there's Worthington, Blendon Township and Westerville, and then curling around 270 as it heads south. That is the area that we're most concerned about right now. We're going to put a quick track on that for you to show you the areas that the storm is moving into. Even those locations which are outside of the tornado warning still may be impacted, as this, probably for the third or fourth time this evening, has been extended and expanded eastward. So we're going to go to the center of this particular storm. We're going to track it out for you. I believe this was moving east at 35 miles an hour, right in the heart of that storm, and then moving almost due east at about 35. There it is. So the areas around Johnstown and Alexandria and Granville, 1109, 1116, and 1125. 1132, 1135, Heath and Newark, Hickman and Reform between 1143 and 1148. And by then, we're getting close to midnight, and these storms still could maintain their intensity after dark. We talked about one of the things, Madison, that these storms had a tendency to do, and we'll expand just a bit for you, and that will show the area of the storms, kind of the two areas we're watching right now. This one in particular, and then one further off toward the south. Now, this area to the south is still a severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like the threat for tornadoes is not zero, but this may be an indication that the storms are moving into maybe a less favorable environment for tornadoes. So not totally in the clear, but maybe a little bit of good news.
Yeah, not entirely in the clear for sure. I will say, looking at the latest kind of information coming through and the upper levels of the atmosphere, we're still holding on to a little bit of energy. And I want to point out exactly where that energy is, because storms have a tendency to kind of follow that. They want to continue to roll through until there is no energy left. So we still have this cell here, of course, moving through Columbus, Franklin County, the metro. We've got this kind of less organized, looking a lot messier. This one is much weaker now. This cell here up to the north of Mount Vernon. And then we have this stronger, more organized, and really holding a lot of strength for a longer period of time, this cell down to the south, getting ready to move into areas like Washington Courthouse and Circleville. So those are our three areas of interest. Our energy right now is sitting basically south of Columbus and to the east of Washington Courthouse. So areas like London beginning to lose that energy. But areas like Lancaster, Circleville, Chillicothe, Logan, even into portions of Zanesville, we're holding on to a little bit of that energy. And so I'm still curious to see how much rotation we see with this storm, if it continues to follow that, if it continues to arc to the south, or if we see more of that energy for this storm consumed by this one down here. If so, that's going to keep this guy moving due east, but it does raise the question of the direction of this one. Do we start to see that arc to the south, or is it going to follow a similar path? So at this point, again, we're starting to lose strength for some spots. Areas like Bellefontaine, Urbana, you're looking much, much better, if not really starting to see conditions improve at this point. Areas like Marysville, still seeing some thunderstorms, much better than we were just 20, 30, 45 minutes ago. Areas like Delaware, you're starting to see some improvements, still some thunderstorms out there, but again, Franklin County, the metro, we're hearing those sirens go off. We're getting those videos in. The storms are rolling in. There's a lot happening. So if you are within this box, if you are in Franklin County, in the metro, especially to the north there, please take shelter immediately, as long as we've got that tornado warning in effect. And that's the only one we have really here right now, aside from that potential rotating thunderstorm moving through Washington, moving into Chillicothe, Washington Courthouse, and Circleville, Jerry.
Yeah, and this broad rotation, this storm down to the south, still means that there could be some intense wind, some hail, and some lightning, as well as some very heavy rain. But clearly the focus of the attention is this particular area to the north, and just kind of put a track on that particular storm right now. We've been watching it slow down about 5 miles an hour, still moving east at about 35, but that doesn't mean that the storm is losing its intensity necessarily, and still means business. So we're zooming quite close in. There's south of Sunbury, Galena in Delaware County. You're okay right now. Disruptive weather, but not severe, not tornadic. Around Westerville, New Albany, that area is something we're still looking at. Johnstown and New Albany, Gahanna, Pataskala, and then areas to the east of that in Granville, St. Louisville, and Newark over toward Buckeye Lake. So we're looking at that area of the thunderstorm, that disturbed weather, where you see that deepest red right now. Closer inspection to those communities just to the east of Westerville, north of Blendon Township, and that's where we're looking at right now as the area of most concern to us. North and east of Worthington, there's Genoa Township, New Albany, again, this northeastern corner of Franklin County, 62 between Johnstown and New Albany, still under that tornado warning as the cell is showing some rotation. Quick look, kind of an inquiry inside of that particular storm. We're going to look at the radar scan coming out of the radar closest to Columbus, the airport right now, and that's still showing a very tight circulation. And Madison, that's something that, while it's not a lock that a tornado is reaching the ground, this has not shown a real sign of weakening or maybe broadening. And that's an indication that this storm still warrants that tornado warning for at least 18 more minutes, almost 20 more minutes as it moves to the east. Feeling pretty confident that Worthington and points west, you're still seeing some disruptive weather, but if there is a tornado with this storm, it's occurring right now around Blendon Township, and that's going to move off toward the east. We'll take a closer inspection of the areas that I'm most concerned about right now. Just to the northeastern corner of 270, we'll get really down into the street level for you. Minerva Park, Blendon Township, Dempsey Road. Then we carve out 161 toward Little Turtle, and then south toward Morse Road. That area to the east of that, seek shelter immediately. This storm has a history of producing confirmed tornadoes, and it is looking like just around and east of Cleveland Avenue right now. This storm, it really is looking ominous, and it's not something that you want to mess around with. We've been talking about this for quite some time. Hopefully you've had the opportunity to put your plan in place and act that. But again, what we're looking at right now is where we're seeing the winds coming toward and away from the radar, and that tight circulation and that couplet almost always means that the thunderstorm is rotating and is unfortunately a good indicator of a possible tornado. Switching back to kind of normal radar mode for you right now, a little more ambiguous, but we just kind of did that deeper dive into this particular corner. And again, areas to the east is what I'm most concerned about, and you should be too. We'll put a track on that for you as we move this storm, still about 35 miles an hour. Back edge of that tornado warning still does go all the way back toward Powell and Dublin and Hilliard, but I do think the worst of that storm is going to move to the east. One thing that I'm watching, Madison, is in Licking County, as that area has yet to really be hit by any significant weather. And I would not be at all surprised as this storm moves to the east and we track some of those areas, Alexandria, Granville, Newark, between 11:20 and 11:39, that the storm is at least going to be something to contend with, if not continuing to be a tornado.
Absolutely. And another thing we're keeping an eye on here is we do have some video coming in from a viewer of a lowering cloud base. So what that is it's again another indication of a really good image there, possibly of a tornado there in Plain City. This was just a little while ago. Again, a viewer photo there from Plain City, but even closer, we've got some video coming in from a viewer just outside of Clintonville to the north, close to Westerville and Minerva Park. This was sent in to me a couple minutes ago, and that does again indicate rotation. We need those cloud bases to come lower, and that's eventually how you get those tornadoes to touch the ground. So again, this is an image from just a little while ago. Tornadoes outside, possible tornadoes outside of Plain City. Kaylin Ivan sent this in just outside of Madison Meadows. So again, watching those storms really closely. We still have that tornado warning in effect for a good portion of the metro for Columbus here, including portions of downtown, Westerville, Plain City starting to see some improvements, Marysville starting to see some improvements. Let's take another look at that radar if we can. I want to zoom things in and take a look at that rotation once again. The big thing with this storm has been those broader areas of rotation. So most of those have strengthened. We've seen a couple cycles right now looking more, excuse me while I grab this velocity for you, your Wilmington velocity. So taking a closer look, they've been rather broad, but here on this scan, starting to see some brighter colors moving in near areas. Blendon Township moving towards New Albany. I know about 10-15 minutes ago, was getting texts from viewers in New Albany showing, saying that they were receiving alerts and that their sirens were going off. Definitely, if you are in New Albany, make sure that you are taking shelter immediately. Same goes, of course, as Jerry was saying, for Blendon Township, where we see these bright colors. All right, we've seen some changes, more broad areas of rotation now for spots in Blendon Township, still an area of concern, but we're starting to see those stronger winds begin to shift. Now, I know we've been talking about the red next to the green. In this instance, we're looking at differences in wind moving in the same direction. All that means is we still have some potential for rotation here as this storm is tracking to the east. So again, seek shelter immediately if you're in these areas. That's going to be Blendon Township and New Albany. Let's see if we can take a better view of this here. I'll zoom things in for you here in a second. We're going to be talking about this storm again for a little bit longer, Jerry. This warning not looking like it's going to be ended anytime soon.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we've talked about, Madison, is just the opportunity for this storm really to just maintain its integrity. And that's something that we don't see often, especially as it gets past sunset. And one of the things that is most concerning is that when the storm continues to move off toward the east at this late night, that we're looking at the opportunity to catch not people off guard per se, but we're catching them when they don't have the benefit of just looking outside and seeing what's going on. And by no means are we saying that we want you to go outside and look around. We don't, especially if you're in this tornado warning. We don't want your videos, your pictures, your lightning. We don't want anything except maybe a picture of you safely in your basement with your kids and your safe things. That's where we really want you to be. So not trying to make light of the situation, but we can save the pictures hopefully in the light of day. And as we get into the next 24 hours, things might settle down. But right now we're looking at this area where you see the black and the yellow bounded. That tornado warning goes for at least 12, 13 more minutes as that storm begins to move toward the east. One of the things we've been watching is the structure of the storm, and the other thing we've been watching is the lightning. So we're quickly going to look at the lightning for us, and if that shows really any sign, it still is showing that very tight cluster within maybe a handful of miles where that lightning is really focused. And we haven't seen, at least for appearance sake, without actually putting a number on it, that cluster of lightning flashes, it is certainly moving toward the east, but it's an indication of still a pretty healthy thunderstorm and obviously a focus of where the worst weather is. That does not mean that we can't see significant weather north and south of that, but it does mean, as the storm is being updated in real time, that just now in the past 30 seconds, the National Weather Service is taking the western edge of that tornado warning down. That bodes well. Delaware, Dublin, Powell, and Columbus, you're in the clear from this tornado warning. So don't let your guard down totally. There's still some disruptive weather around, but this particular tornado warning right now, back edge has been carved out and it's looking like it's moving off toward the east, and that is some better news, but still does not mean that we're not concerned about the folks that are in the path of this particular storm. Westerville, Minerva Park, and New Albany. You saw the lightning or the radar sweep coming around, focusing on that little piece right there in the northeastern corner of Franklin County, just southwest of Johnstown, just north of New Albany, north of the airport, and just west of Granville, north of Pataskala, kind of as a frame of reference. We're going to drill right in closer and look at that particular storm, and that is the one thing that we're watching most notably is the area just north of 161, southwest of Johnstown on 37, and then west of Alexandria as that system moves to the east and is being updated even as we speak. We are under that tornado warning for that area another 11 minutes, but we're also tracking the possibility, unfortunately, of some hail and also some very heavy rain. And of course, you just saw the lightning. So back edge of that warning, again, Powell, Hilliard, Dublin, Plain City, downtown Columbus, that tornado warning has moved away. That severe threat is moving to the east. Put a track on that for you, and then we will kind of move things to further off toward the east as the severe weather continues to be a threat. We're looking at this individual cell right now. Unfortunately, there are some other cells that are to the south and west of that, but this is the one going to the most populated areas, and that track of the storm still moving east at about 35 miles an hour from the core of the storm, and then we're going to pull that off toward the east. That goes all the way through Licking County, and the areas that are concerned beyond that warning Granville and Newark between now and 11:35, Reform and Black Run between now and 11:55, and Frazeysburg for a frame of reference right around midnight tonight.
Yeah, we're going to be watching this storm, of course, as we head through the rest of today and into early tomorrow morning now. The storm's still holding strength. In fact, it's moving in just overhead for us here in the studio. You might be able to hear that over my mic. We've got some thunder. We've got plenty of lightning out with this storm. This is still a serious storm, and it's quite remarkable that it is still holding together as it is. This just is a testament to the setup that we had today. This morning, woke up, we were looking at potential for 10% plus for those tornadoes. So normally on a day where we see some pretty widespread tornadoes, we'll have a risk of 2 to 5%. That's not unusual here in Ohio. We don't see a lot of days with 10% or higher risk for tornadoes. And in addition to that 10%, we were also looking at an additional 10% chance for those large tornadoes. Again, that is why we are taking this so seriously right now and until these storms are done, because we do have potential for these storms to produce large tornadoes. Again, prepared, not scared. If you are within this storm right now, sit tight. You should already be in your safe place. Stay there until the warning is discontinued for your location. If you're out ahead of this storm, go ahead, start making your way calmly, collect your things, collect your people, and head on down to your basement or whatever safe place you have. We're going to take a look here in New Albany, actually, where these storms are getting ready to roll through. These are, I'm going to need you to repeat that again. I'm just talking to my producer. Which roads these are again? 161 and 62 here. Getting some heavy rain in New Albany, some thunder, some lightning with these. Looking at some gusty winds as well. You can kind of see it blowing the cameras around. We've got potential for winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour within these storms as the line is rolling through. They've easily already produced those. A lot of lightning with these storms. I've got a lot of videos sent in just over the past hour with the amount of lightning. We're also talking about hail potential. We're talking about flooding potential. Everything is on the table with these storms. So again, let's take a look at that that tornado warning that we've got in effect right now. Slowly tracking to the east, moving into areas like Alexandria by 11:16, Granville 11:25, 11:35 for Newark, Wilkins Run 11:40, Hickman 11:43, Reform 11:48, Black Run 11:55, and Graham Corners 12:04. So again, we are now tracking these storms through tonight and into early tomorrow morning. Overnight tornadoes are the most dangerous for several reasons. Number one being they are hard to see. It looks like we've got some video here of another possible tornado from earlier today in Melrose, also in Paulding County. And that's what we're looking at with this storm system. However, we're not going to be able to see it at this point. It is too dark, and we're likely looking at rain-wrapped storms. So one of the only indicators that we can see in situations like this are power flashes as those tornadoes start to roll through power lines. We have not seen that right now. So again, looking at radar-indicated rotation, radar-indicated tornadoes as of right now. Again, here's another look at those current warnings. I'm going to zoom this in for you. Again, take a closer look at the locations that we are most concerned about in this moment. So as of right now, starting to take things a little bit closer. We've got Genoa Township. You're starting to see some improvement, still within some pretty heavy rain and still some strong storms. Westerville, similar story. You're on the tail end of this warning, so just a couple more minutes. Stay in your safe place. Blendon Township, similar story. New Albany, you're right in the heart of it right now, and I'm trying to keep a close eye here on the second half of this storm. We've been watching for some areas of inflow, so those are going to give the storm more energy. And we've sort of had that trying to develop, but actually we're getting more of a divide now. We're getting some individual cells starting to develop just down to the south. This one moving through Columbus, the downtown area, giving us some pretty heavy rain right now. But if we continue to see that happen, this does have potential to pull some of the energy away from this rotating storm. So we'll be keeping an eye on that possibility as we head through the next 30, 45 minutes. But again, New Albany, if you're not in your safe place right now, please go there, make sure you have everything that you need, and stay there at least for the next 45 minutes until we start to see this storm move out of your area. Now, Johnstown, we're still looking out far ahead. You've got a couple minutes. If you're not already in your safe place, please go there now. Looking to Alexandria, you're just outside of this warning. You're seeing the heavy rain. You're starting to see the initial portion of this storm. I want you to go ahead, be prepared to head to your safe place. If this warning is extended at this point, it's still looking like that's a good possibility. And again, Granville, similar story to Alexandria. We're seeing this storm continue to spread. Plenty of energy left for now, even as we head through the overnight hours. And we do still also have those storms to the south, Jerry. How are those shaping up at the moment?
So we've been just checking on that, as you mentioned that, of course, we're focusing on the area with the tornado warning for several more minutes, heading toward Johnstown and parts of Licking County, just around New Albany and northeast of Gahanna. But the other area that we've been watching rather closely, earlier indications of significantly severe storms, that is moving off toward the south. And that area right now, if we can get the map to move and cooperate, that would be helpful at this moment. We're moving off toward the south, and that area heading toward Ross and Pike County. That's the area that we're watching that has the opportunity for some stronger thunderstorms, not necessarily tornadic thunderstorms, but we're looking at the chance there then for some significantly severe weather. So we're going to go down to the south, and that would be areas south of Columbus, but still an indication where you see that outline in that box. That includes Fayette County, parts near southwest of Circleville, now Pickaway, and then Ross County just north of Pike County. These thunderstorms have been very aggressive when they were across southern parts of Indiana and southwestern Ohio with considerable risk of tornadoes. But now it appears that those storms, at least the northern part of that, which is headed toward our viewing area, is weakening just a bit. We're going to put that into motion for you just to give you some perspective and loop that over the past hour or so. We're going to keep that tornado or that thunderstorm warning in place, but also show you the storms moving in. That northern part looked very ominous for a short period of time, as now seems to be transitioning its energy further off toward the south. So we're going to watch that situation carefully and closely, but just to give you a heads up, in the southern parts of the viewing area, south of Washington Courthouse, southwest of Circleville, and in the western parts of Ross County, you're under that severe thunderstorm warning for a short period of time. So closer to home, or closer to Columbus, I should say, we're again still looking at that tornado warning. That is in effect. We're looking at the cells actually over the past couple of hours, Madison, even though there's not a tornado warning in effect in and around Columbus proper. You just heard the downpours on the roof, some rumbles of thunder, and possibly some small hail kind of building backwards, which is not unheard of, but in a particular severe weather situation in an area that hasn't seen a lot of stronger severe weather. And that's why we're still looking at some disruptive weather across parts of Franklin County, back toward Hilliard, West Jeff, and Prairie Township and Grove City. But right now, the main focus continues to be that area in the northeastern corner of Franklin County, and that's where we're going to zoom in again and show you those locations just southwest of Johnstown, northwest of Pataskala, Black Lake, and we're putting the airport on there for good measure as a frame of reference. There's Gahanna, there's John Glenn just on the edge. This radar scan is coming out of Pataskala. There's Jersey Township, there's 161, and there's 62. And we're looking at this radar scan right now, showing the deeper red with possibly some hail and some very heavy rain and some lightning headed toward Johnstown and Alexandria. Blendon Township, still very active conditions right now, but that threat should be moving east in about 10 to 15 minutes. Still stay in your safe place. If I mention any of those communities, including New Albany and Johnstown, of greatest concern right now, but Jersey Township and Beechwood Trails, for example, north of Pataskala and Alexandria, all under the threat from this particular tornado warning. So we're going to zoom it out for you just to show you the areas to the east which are still under that threat. Utica, St. Louisville, Granville, and Buckeye Lake, right along and north of I-70, all the way up to the northern parts of Licking County line. That area is still under the threat from this particular storm. One other look before I toss it back over to Madison for a moment, that we're looking at several parts inside the storm. We've been doing that a couple of times during the course of the evening, and that's what we're looking at from the particular radar site just around Pataskala, still showing a little bit of different colors, a little bit of red and a little bit of green next to each other. But even over the past 5 minutes, Madison, that appears to be the trend of a weakening circulation within the storm, and that is good news. Not sounding the all clear right now, but when we see this not quite as distinct colors as close together, hopefully that storm is beginning to lose some of its structure, and that would be welcome news.
I think one of the things that is helping this start to happen will be the storms that we've seen beginning to develop down to the south. I want to talk more about those here in a moment, but I did also want to point out another feature here, similar to what you were talking about, Jerry. So we're seeing this less concentrated area of rotation instead of the red right next to the green. We're seeing them a little bit further apart, and also instead of very specific points, we've got almost these waves beginning to develop, and this sometimes can begin to indicate some straight line winds, some stronger winds building on the leading edge of this line. And it could also start to indicate again, oh, looks like we have another tornado warning in effect now. I'm going to hop off here and take a closer look at that. This one was just issued likely to the south, or let's take a broader look. See where this
could be an update.
An update. Here we go. Yep. So we're seeing this right now, again, in Johnstown, included into Utica, St. Louisville, Granville, and Newark. Jerry, this continues until 11:45. We do have, this is radar indicated, 1-inch size hail as well with this storm.
Yeah, and that's what we literally just talking about that particular storm. Right now we're looking at calling out communities and towns the west of that tornado warning. Still not totally in the clear and from some disruptive weather, lightning, downpours, some small hail into Albany, around Westerville, and up near Galena, and even Gahanna and Reynoldsburg. But as we're looking at those conditions further off toward the east, this is where our attention now is turning. That is Licking County. Hail up to 1 inch, as you mentioned, and that goes until this evening or tonight at 11:45 p.m. for that newest tornado warning. So that's what we're focusing on right now. We're going to move you back over to that particular area in the map, and that shows what we're looking at in terms of that storm, that newest tornado warning. Still watching that area around Johnstown, and you see that newest polygon or that newest outline indicated by that black and that gold trim. That shows that that's a radar indicated tornado. Still watching that circulation, as you were just talking about moments ago, Madison, that seems to be ebbing and flowing, but just not totally giving up. And as long as there's a rotation within a particular thunderstorm in the environment that we're in, that still allows for the opportunity for that thunderstorm to spin to produce that tornado, which might reach the ground. So we're going to zoom out just for a moment to put a little bit of perspective here so that we can actually track this storm. Is it still moving east at 35 miles an hour, Madison?
Let me double check that for you. I believe so. Actually, no, we've seen it pick up a little bit, up to 45.
All right, 45. So we'll give my arm a little bit of a break here. We're going to put this cone here and go to the deepest red, the strongest part of the storm, and then move that out still east at about 45 miles an hour. And this is about the speed that those storms were moving earlier. I want you to keep in mind that we're talking about the top edge of this around St. Louisville, Hickman, and over toward Black Run and Fraserburg. Those are still within or just to the edge of this particular tornado warning. It's the areas further off toward the east as this cone expands a little bit that are still under the threat. That includes areas around North Zanesville, around Conesville, Coshocton between now and 11:10 a.m. This storm has been a tornadic storm in terms of warnings over the past several hours. So unfortunately, we have an indications, not every indication to think that it would continue beyond the eastern part of Licking County as we go through the next couple of hours into early tonight. So early tomorrow morning, I should say. So again, we're focusing on the newest tornado warning right now, covers almost all of Licking County, Newark, all the way up to Utica. We're going to take a little closer inspection right now and drill down into some of the areas as we get out of Franklin County, but still into some pretty populated areas that are just north of 161. There's Alexandria, there's 62, and kind of that wedge between there and St. Louisville. Granville, you're just north of that line right now. So this is the area that has the best opportunity. You should be seeking shelter if you aren't there already. Take your plan and put it into place. Get you and your family safe. It's very simple. As many walls between you and the outside as possible. We do not want to see pictures or videos of lightning or the storms. We want you to do what you have to do right now to keep your family safe. And the areas we're most concerned about, Johnstown and Alexandria, Granville, up towards St. Louisville, in central and western Licking County. And that storm's moving east and picking up a little bit of speed. I don't know if we can draw any conclusions from that, Madison, but at least these storms are moving. And while we are seeing some flooding to the south, that does not appear to be a problem across central Ohio.
Yeah, we're seeing some new additional strength again with this storm, but also interestingly enough, we still have a lot of activity down to the south. I want to zoom things out for you here for a second. Just take a closer look at what's happening with this portion of the storm overall. Interestingly enough, we've had a lot of these thunderstorms beginning to pop, and very recently, just within the past half hour, a lot of them getting started just around West Jefferson. They expand as we start to head towards the east, and then we see more storms popping up around West Jefferson. So if this trend continues, we're going to start to see some increased potential for flooding, which of course has been a concern with this storm system from the beginning, but with those storms continuously dropping a lot of rain over the same areas, that concern of course is going to begin to increase. So again, we are still watching that tornado warning. We've got widespread heavy rain. Let's see if we can take recenter things here for a second and also take a better look at the rotation again within this storm. So over the past, I'd say 15-20 minutes, Jerry, again, I think we've seen a lot of this storm just cycling, increasing strength, losing strength, increasing strength, and then beginning to lose it again. What's interesting enough too is we're not seeing a lot of connection anymore between this portion of the system and this portion of the system. So they're now acting more independently, and they're going to be consuming energy independently as well. This line down to the south, it's starting to take a little bit more of a southerly shift, even with more storms developing. This one here, we're still tracking mostly to the east. Now, I have seen a couple showers attempt to pop up in around areas like London, into Circleville, and other portions just to the north of Washington Courthouse. But generally, most of the activity highlighted in these two spots. Again, south of Washington Courthouse, moving into Chillicothe here shortly, and then also these storms moving just outside of the metro. Again, that tornado warning is out of Columbus and out of the metro at this point, or at least the 270 loop, still including some spots right close to Columbus, but still dealing with some pretty strong storms over the metro. So please stay inside, stay safe for the time being. Again, this tornado warning, that main area of concern at the moment. So we're going to zoom things back in, take a closer look at this storm at the moment. The rotation, again, as Jerry and I have been talking about, has become a little bit broader, but it's still been defined enough to raise that raise concern. So let's take a closer look. I'm going to walk you through this. The latest here, still pulling in some pretty bright colors. We've got those reds right next to those areas of pink. Now we're not seeing the red next to the green, but this is still indicating some areas of rotation here. So if I take a look at a different radar site, I'm going to pop up the one for Cleveland here, see if we can get a better picture of different levels of this storm. So this is going to give us a higher level look, and we're still seeing that rotation. All this is indicating is that the storm as a whole, it's got rotation at the top all the way down into those middle levels, and that is again why we have that concern where we could be seeing some of that rotation all the way down to the lower levels of this storm as well. This storm does have a history of producing tornadoes. We already have seen some more tornado warnings associated with this storm as it's been rolling through, and we're going to continue to track this for you as we head through the next until this storm system is done. But again, Jerry, I don't know if we have any more updates at this point. The storm's still moving at a pretty good clip.
Yeah, I was going to suggest, I'm looking at a couple of different data points here. Try the Columbus velocity, the Columbus terminal radar. It's showing a little bit of an indication that tighter circulation. I liked how you were trying to slice that storm and looking at different radar perspectives. And that radar, if you zoom in really close, at least on a couple, again, a lot of data coming in. We're trying to maintain integrity here and give you good information, but we're looking at the area. You see that just a little bit of green, a little bit of red next to each other, just southeast of Johnstown. And that's an indication that there's still that rotation, as you said, ebbing and flowing, but still something to be concerned about.
And also just some broader areas of rotation as well. We're seeing that green, we're seeing that red all through Johnstown and on 62, down to the south, crossing into onto 37. Just this entire area here, seeing those spots of rotation really generally, and then also seeing those more granular, those smaller spots, again, just to the south east there of Johnstown, as you were mentioning, Jerry. So a lot of activity. And I think we do have some video as well coming in right now. Yolanda?
All right, guys, we'll give you a little break here and take a look at some new video into our newsroom tonight. Now, this was taken by Kayla Sherry in Melrose, Ohio. That's in Paulding County, 25 miles east of the Indiana state line. She was a passenger in the car when she took these videos showing what looks like a tornado. You can see that rotation there. Now, if you have any pictures or videos of the storm, you can share them with Chief Meteorologist meteorologist Jerry Martz on Facebook or Twitter once things have passed.
And take a look at this video of lightning when that storm moved through Dublin just minutes ago. In this video, there are tornado sirens and thunder in the background there. And take out your smartphone when you get a chance and make sure you have that free 10 TV news app downloaded. Our Doppler 10 weather team will be able to send you updates right to the palm of your hand so you can stay safe even if that power happens to go out throughout the morning hours. Megan and Jerry?
Yeah, so we're still watching and tracking that tornado warning right now. And one of the things that we've been watching and talking about, and this isn't something we normally show when we're looking at the radar perspective during a regular weathercast. This is anything but regular this evening. But we're looking at the radar scan right now from the Columbus Terminal Weather Radar, which is near Pataskala. That covers John Glenn Airport. And we're looking at where we see a little bit of a circulation, the green next to that red. And that is an indication that at least that thunderstorm still is very active. Still what we refer to as a supercell thunderstorm that is probably spinning, and that's why that tornado warning has been extended to the east of Johnstown. So we're looking at New Albany, for example. You're in the clear from this tornado warning. The points off toward the east are not. That would include areas that I'm concerned about around Utica, around St. Louisville, and around Granville, and just northwest of Newark. Again, as that area, that couplet, that red and the green together, is still a little bit concerning. When we go to a normal radar scan, some of those details get a little bit lost, but it's something you're probably a little bit more used to seeing. Obviously, your attention is drawn to the areas with the deeper reds embedded within that orange. Heavy downpours, a lot of lightning, gusty winds up to 60 miles an hour, and some hail up to 3/4 of an inch or greater, and that's pretty significant hail. But looking at the area again in terms of the radar, we're going to put that into motion for you and show you over time how that has moved from west to east and done so pretty quickly. We're looking at the area just to the east and northeast of Columbus as that storm rode right along the Delaware-Franklin County line, and then that tornadic threat continues to move off toward the east. Again, if you are south and west of that particular area, or Franklin County, for example, we're hearing some rumbles and some raindrops on our roof around downtown. This storm is a little bit unusual in the fact that it's building a little bit backwards, but that doesn't mean that we're totally out of the woods around Franklin County. It simply means that the thunderstorm threat from a tornado perspective is now shifting off toward the east. So we're looking at several areas of rain showers, but the only tornado warning that we have right now continues for another 18 minutes until 11:45 between Utica and Newark. That includes Johnstown and Granville and Pataskala, and then points off toward the east. So that, to give you some perspective around that, we're not seeing a whole lot going on. So we're going to put some lightning on here that might draw our attention to other areas of active weather. They're not that many. Again, this thunderstorm in eastern Franklin County moving off toward the northeast. I'll zoom out quickly to go to a bigger perspective just to show you how disparate these two areas of strong storms are. To the northeast, that's moving away from Mount Vernon. This is the cluster we're tracking right now in Licking County. And then to the south, and this one appears to be taking a bit more of a southward jog, perhaps clipping areas in Ross and Pike County. We're going to monitor and watch that, and keep in mind that central and eastern Ohio is still under a tornado watch until 1 a.m. So that means that even though it looks like for the moment that the severe weather is moving out, that doesn't mean that we're going to be out of the woods, and we're going to be watching and tracking the situation all through the night, even beyond 1 o'clock in the morning, if that's what it takes. So let's zoom closer in right now. This particular cell, you can see that cluster of lightning just northwest of Newark. There's Utica, there's Granville, and there's Pataskala, actually just outside of the southern edge of that tornado warning, but still close enough that please be on guard there. Other areas that we talked about and mentioned, you should be seeking shelter if you haven't already. So we're going to go back to more of a plain radar perspective for you, and then we'll put a track on this particular storm. Now, when it was going across areas around Franklin and Delaware County, much more populated areas, but still very significant, our friends and neighbors in Licking County, and it points off toward the east. Zooming out as the storm is picking up just a little bit of speed, and that is east at about 45 miles an hour. So we'll capture that. And again, that little bit of a tail of a thunderstorm toward Columbus. Not severe at this time, but still something worth watching. But we're really focusing on the area in central parts of Licking County that this storm simply has not given up. It's still rotating. That's why we're still carrying the threat of a tornado as this storm moves east once we get well past midnight tonight. Some of the communities we're concerned about in Licking County, around St. Louisville, around Hickman, around Black Run. Getting outside of that toward Frazeysburg, then Dresden, then Conesville, then toward Coshocton, New Concord. Yes, we're getting beyond the edge of that existing tornado warning, but still calling out communities and towns that may be impacted by this particular storm. And I know we might sound a little bit like a broken record, but we're on. As long as there's a tornado warning that is in the 10 TV viewing area, we are going to stay on and keep you and your family safe. And this particular storm, it's one of the reasons, Madison, we're going beyond the edge of the warning. This storm has really, aside from a span of maybe 3 or 4 minutes, has been a tornadic thunderstorm, probably going on 3 hours now. It's certainly a beast of a storm, to be sure.
It's been quite a while. And Jerry, if you can, could you get that looping? I'm actually been watching the tail end of that storm system that's moving through Columbus and the metro, and we might have some good news. The past, I'd say, 15-20 minutes, it looks like we're starting to see some of those storms stop developing. So they've been popping right at West Jefferson and then just rolling right on into Hilliard, Upper Arlington, into Columbus, Minerva Park. I think we're starting to see a cutoff from that, at least for now, which I think is definitely a step in the right direction. So we start to see those decreasing showers, at least within this line. I think we'll start to see some more widespread decreasing showers as well. But still within that threat right now. We still have that tornado warning in effect right now. Nothing much has changed. Still holding on to that 40-mile-per-hour east track. Again, if you are within this warning, I want you to make sure that you are in your safe place. We're going to leave this warning where you can see it. You can see it in the screen behind me. But a big thing for sure is going to be go to your safe place. Where is your safe place? At least a basement if that's what you have. I've heard stories of people riding storms out in their bathrooms, in their laundry rooms, anything that has as many walls as possible that you can put between you and the outside. That may be a stairwell, that may be a closet, anything that you can stay in the most interior part of your home or whatever building that you're in right now, and on the lowest floor possible. So we're not just talking about, well, we're on the first floor. If you can get into like a subfloor or even lower, that would be even better. The more you can have between you and the storm, the more ideal the situation is. Also, we want to stay away from windows, and don't forget to grab the pets. Don't forget to make sure that all of your family members are awake and aware of this situation. If you have family in this area right now in Newark, where we are seeing this tornado warning at the moment, give them a call, make sure they know, make sure they're awake. That's one of the most dangerous parts about overnight tornadoes, is because it's the obvious. We're all asleep. Nobody's paying attention, and not by any fault of their own. So make sure that everyone is awake and aware of this storm right now. Again, I want to zoom in. This is exactly where it is. This warning includes areas like Johnstown, St. Louisville, Granville, Newark, Utica, and this warning is expected to go for a little while longer. And like Jerry said, we're staying with you until this is done, because these tornadoes, these severe thunderstorms that we've seen, they're already rotating. They can produce spin-ups very quickly, very suddenly. And while there may not be a tornado on the ground right now, there may be in a few minutes, or there might have been a few minutes ago as well. So we're watching this very, very closely until this storm is out of the region.
And a little bit of new information, Madison, is that while we're watching and tracking that particular storm, we're going to broaden the perspective for just a moment for you and let you know some of the areas that are certainly in the clear. And that is where the tornado watch has been taken down. So we're going to expand this view just a bit. And that includes Franklin County in Ohio, which is Columbus, of course. When we look at the larger perspective for you and showing you the active watches right now, that's what we're talking about in terms of the area that is being carved out from the north and west. No longer are we seeing that yellow Delaware, Marion, Marysville, Columbus, London, Urbana, Bellefontaine, and points off toward around Hardin County as well. To the south and east of that, which includes the area we just were mentioning around Newark and Licking County, all the way out toward Cambridge, all the way south toward Logan and Hocking County, and down toward Ross and Pike County. That tornado watch continues until 1 a.m. But just wanted to provide a little bit of perspective and perhaps a little bit of good news in where that warning or that watch has been taken down to the north and west. So at this point, we'll take any bit of good news that we can, but that doesn't mean that we're out of the woods, because we're not. and we're still focusing on 2 spots. One with some strong thunderstorms that are just clipping areas around Ross County, headed toward Pike County in the next 30 to 60 minutes. But most notably, obviously, this one other area that we're still watching and tracking with that tornado warning. That's something that we've been watching. And this storm literally has been going probably 150 miles, maybe even longer. And it's continually showed rotation, continually showed an area of prolific lightning, some very heavy rain, some wind, and hail up to 1 inch in diameter. And right now, that storm still maintaining its integrity and parked right over central parts of Licking County. So that's where the current tornado warning is. It goes on for another 10 more minutes. And if it extends further off toward the east as well that it could, it will be impacting Coxsackie-Stockton County, Muskingum County, around Dresden, north of Zanesville, and those areas we're going to be watching very carefully. But right now, that focus continues to be areas between Utica, Granville, and Newark, and just south and east of Johnstown, Madison.
Yeah, we're still watching this storm, of course, as it's rolling through. Latest information, of course, is that we have, like Jerry just said, to recap and wrap everything up, we have seen some of these tornado watches discontinued. However, quite a few spots still included within that, including these spots within our warning right now. So I want to recenter this for you, give you a better look at this storm system as it's rolling through. So a lot of activity today, We've been talking about storms since this morning. We still have some energy lingering with these storms right now. Of course, holding together a lot of widespread activity across this area, Granville, Newark, into Utica. New Albany looking a lot clearer. Still some thunderstorms in the area right now. Some pretty intense thunderstorms, but not severe warned thunderstorms. Westerville, you're looking a little bit better than you were. Powell, similar story. Dublin, similar story. Still seeing a couple showers, but Franklin County is one of the counties that is no longer in the tornado watch. So improving conditions across the board. However, we still have, of course, that tornado warning in effect. I want to take a look at our latest rotation here because, interestingly enough, we are seeing some broader areas within this storm. We're not seeing quite this narrow line or even a circular cell. We're getting more of a bowing structure here. So with that, we could see some more potential for some straight line winds, some pretty strong winds still possible within this line. We've already seen gusts of 60 to 70 miles per hour so far with this storm system and within these warned cells. So taking a look here at specifically our rotation, I'm going to take this out here for you, and we're going to take a closer look just at that Columbus rotation. So seeing, again, some indicators right here. We've got some pretty gusty winds moving through Granville into Newark. I'm going to kind of slide this around for you, see if we can get a better view of how this is exactly playing out. So again, some pockets of heavier or stronger winds here where we're seeing those brighter colors, those brighter reds. Let's take a look as well at another radar station here, just doing kind of some live analysis for you, kind of what we're doing behind the scenes as well right now. So if we take a look at the Cleveland, still seeing some pretty bright colors. So this is going to show me higher up in the storm system, which we can have different things happening at different levels. The more uniform it is, sometimes that helps the storm system fall apart, but right now we're still seeing a lot of rotation, even in those higher levels of the storm. I think we're still holding on to a lot of strength. Let's go back though. Right now, I believe, Jerry, this is still the only warning that we have in the area as of right now, correct?
I believe you are correct. Yes, the ones across the southern parts of the viewing area, those have been taken down, although most recently National Weather Service has issued a flood advisory that goes until 2:15. That's for a good part of central Ohio, including Franklin County, Delaware County, and Licking County, with minor flooding in low-lying areas. So not quite the threat of the tornadoes that we're looking at right now in central northern parts of Licking County. Before we move away from this, I just want to focus a little bit of our attention for a moment on the area that appears to be where the bulk of the storm is really concentrated. That's just east of Utica, northeast of St. Louisville. Again, we're moving to a bit more of rural areas, but if you're familiar with this area, in northeastern and north central Licking County, there's Route 79, there's 62, so we're kind of bounded by that. And that area, if it moves off toward the east, will continue to provide a threat beyond Licking County as we get beyond beyond midnight tonight. But one other thing we've been watching as we recenter the map around Columbus is the rainfall that we've seen right now. And that's something that we were concerned about since the get-go. And we're looking at the tail edge of that line, producing some downpours and some gusty winds. But if we can look at the rainfall that we've had over the past 24 hours, that's pretty significant right now. And that clearly shows areas where we're seeing the blues and the purples. If I get my head out of the way, you can see that legend. That's putting us around 1.5, 2 inches of rain all the way from Powell down to Dublin, Columbus, Gahanna, New Albany, and Pataskala. And those are the counties that we just mentioned in that flood advisory for some low-level flooding possible. So that's just one of the components of the severe weather that we've seen over the course of the evening. And unfortunately, that's going to get a little bit worse before it gets better. Not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but we have the opportunity for some showers as we go through the next several days. So our threat of flooding rain as we expand the view, clearly focusing in the areas with the blue, both to the north of Columbus and then down to the south. We're not out of the woods, as we're going to see more showers and thunderstorms as we go through the next several days. So that's something to kind of keep in mind, in the back of your mind, even though we're focusing right now on the threat for severe weather in Licking County and then stronger storms to the south. A lot of rain has come down around the area, Madison. That's something that, as I mentioned, with the chance for showers and storms, not just tomorrow, but even into the weekend, that could get worse before it gets better.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a continued concern. We have seen plenty of rain with these storms, at times over an inch to an inch and a half an hour. That's a lot of water coming down across quite a wide area. I will say, things are starting to play in our favor. Things are looking a lot drier across Columbus and the metro. That tail end of showers that was building in and continuously moving over the same area is beginning to push out. We're not seeing additional development behind this initial line that we've got. However, these are still some pretty intense storms. We've got a lot of activity here. If you're in these storms right now, you're going to hear them. They're going to be making a lot of racket. There's going to be potential for some hail. We're also talking about some gusty winds still within this line, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. So you're going to hear these. We still have some of that potential for that broad area of rotation in addition to the wind. So this is still a tornado warned storm. We're going to continue to stay with it until it is out of the area, it has fallen apart, or until that tornado warning is dropped. That is what we're here for. That is what we're going to continue to do. I do want to take a broader look, though, because we have seen quite a bit of strength here down to the south. Check out these storms moving through Cincinnati and even into portions of Indiana. A lot of strength within these. So a lot of the energy that has been lingering in portions of central Ohio has started to dissipate. We've seen a lot of that be used up by the storms that have already rolled through. There's still a decent amount of energy to the south, and that should continue to pull these storms to the south while the upper level movement of the system slowly pushes them east. So gradually we're watching this all move down towards the south and to the east over the next couple of hours. Still a lot of activity. Still a lot of noise, and still a few severe thunderstorms, and still a few tornado warnings, especially as we look off again towards the west, just south of Indianapolis, seeing that activity right now. But again, here in Columbus, just that one tornado warning in effect. We're watching that broad area of rotation across areas, spots into Newark. Here, I'll take a closer look. Newark, as well as into spots like Utica. Just a lot of rain with this system right now, Jerry.
Yeah, and one of the things we've talked about is just the areas of rain that have not really been going over the same area again and again. The exception was this thunderstorm that came across parts of Franklin County earlier this evening and then again later on tonight, and then it's kind of back building a little bit and still impacting parts of Franklin County and Licking County. And that's why we're seeing that flood advisory through 2 o'clock in the morning. We have been watching this particular thunderstorm for several hours right now as it's moved in all the way from Indiana and through west central Ohio and still kind of maintained its integrity. But one of the things that Madison has been doing has been tracking and looking inside the particular storm, and we're looking at different radar perspectives. This one is coming in from Cleveland, which is shooting in the middle or upper part of the storm, several thousand feet into the storm. And what we're looking at right now and sharing with you is where we're seeing these two disparate colors or two different colors where the wind is coming toward nor the wind is going away. That's an indication that this thunderstorm in the middle and upper levels is still rotating. So let's take a closer inspection of that particular storm from a closer radar. That would be the one located at the Columbus airport around John Glenn. We're still looking, remember where that was, pretty similar location. There's the green and there's the red. So this radar scan, since it's much closer, is much lower in the atmosphere. What we don't want to happen is if a tornado were to form, it means that that rotation is making it all the way to the ground. That has been the case earlier when that storm was well off toward the west of Licking County, and that's why the National Weather Service is still continuing to watch this storm very closely. So if you're wondering why we're still on ongoing coverage, our friends and neighbors between Utica, Granville, and Newark, in eastern and northeastern Licking County, they are still under the threat of that particular tornado warning, and we're treating them just like everybody else with the utmost attention and concern, as these storms do mean business. And we turn the lightning on, it obviously catches your attention, but it's one of the just many components in addition to the rain, the hail, the wind, and the possibility of a tornado. A very unsettling evening for man and beast alike, all the way from Newcastle back down through central Licking County, and even extending that thunderstorm to the west of Licking County over toward New Albany, where there still is very disruptive conditions. Madison?
Yeah, of course. A lot going on with this storm. Generally, very broad now. We've seen it start to lose its organization. So one of the biggest things when we're looking at these storms is we want to see what it's shaped like. Do we have areas where we've got some inflow happening? Do we have air coming in to continue to fuel that storm? Are we seeing the whole storm rotate, or is it a portion of the storm rotating? As of right now, we're looking at the storm going from something very concentrated, very small, to slowly broadening, and as it does, that's just another indicator to us that we're starting to see some changes in the right direction with this storm. However, still not a storm to mess around with. Right now, again, let's take a look at those warnings right now. So here is a look. Looks like, do we have that warning dropped? Are we out of here? I think that warning was dropped.
It just was.
Yeah,
11:46.
looking clear. Looking clear, at least
For the
when it
moment.
comes to warnings for the moment. I do want to go back to your radar. This is still a active system, and this is still an active storm. There's a lot of rain here. We've got strong winds. We've got potential for hail. If you are in this storm, please still stay inside. Stay safe for now. But that tornado warning has been dropped. As of right now, we're looking pretty clear. Do we have any other additional warnings?
Not at the moment.
Jerry?
Not at the moment, Madison.
All right. Well, then we're looking a lot better than we were. We'll take a second here, and we're going to toss things right over to Yolanda and Andrew for a moment.
All right, guys, and real quick, is there a potential for anything else to pop up throughout the night?
We're still watching this line. There's still a little bit of energy left, but we're looking better than we were. So that's about all we've got at the moment.
Okay.
Still watching.
All right, great job, guys. Thank you.
It has been a busy evening. Our Doppler weather team has had you covered since the beginning. You can find updates throughout the night into the early mornings with that 10 TV News app downloaded on your phone or your tablet.
That's right. Our Doppler 10 weather team sends updates right to the palm of your hand so you can stay safe even when your power goes off. And don't forget to tune in to Wake Up C-Bus starting at 4:30 a.m. for the latest on the storms. Have a good night.